It's funny, looking back on it all now. You think you know what fear is, what dread feels like, until something truly impossible rips your world apart. I was 38, a seasoned park ranger in the sprawling, beautiful, and often deceptively peaceful Redwood National Park. My name is Alex, and I'd seen a lot in my years. Lost hikers, injured animals, the occasional overzealous tourist getting too close to a elk. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for the call that came in on that crisp, too quiet October evening. My life up until that point was routine, predictable. I lived in a small, sturdy cabin just outside the park boundaries, surrounded by the very trees I dedicated my life to protecting. My days were a rhythm of patrol routes, trail maintenance, visitor education, and the endless paperwork that comes with any government job, even when out in the wild. I loved it. The solitude, the scent of damp earth and redwood needles, the way the light filtered through the canopy like a cathedral. It was home. That particular Tuesday started like any other. Early morning mist clinging to the giant trees, the chill air biting at my cheeks as I sipped my coffee. I had a solo patrol scheduled for a remote section of the park known as Whisper Creek Trail. It wasn't particularly dangerous, not in the way some of the steeper, less maintained trails could be. But it was far out, a good hour's drive from the ranger station, and rarely saw much foot traffic, especially this late in the season. Most of the tourists had packed up and gone home, leaving the park to the locals and the lingering chill of autumn. I remember thinking it was perfect, a chance to really immerse myself in the quiet, to do some thorough checks without interruption. The plan was simple: drive to the trailhead, hike the full loop, check for any illegal camping or damage, and be back by sundown. I packed my usual gear: water, snacks, first aid, my radio, a satellite phone, and the standard issue sidearm, though I rarely had to draw it for anything more than scaring off a stubborn bear. I even packed an extra thermal layer, feeling a slight premonition of the colder air that often settled into the canyons as evening approached. It wasn't a mistake, not exactly, but it was a sign of the isolation I was heading into. Going alone on a long, remote patrol wasn't unusual for me, but it meant I was fully self-reliant out there. No backup within quick reach. The drive was uneventful. The familiar winding roads, the towering green walls of the forest. I pulled my worn-out Ford Explorer into the small gravel parking lot at the Whisper Creek trailhead around 9:30 a.m. There was only one other car there, an older model Subaru Outback, mud-splattered and well-used. I recognized it as belonging to Sarah Jensen. Sarah was a local artist, a photographer who specialized in landscapes and wildlife. She was known for her dedication, sometimes spending days out in the most secluded spots, patiently waiting for the perfect light or the rare glimpse of a spotted owl. She was meticulous, respected the park rules, and always left a note on her dash if she planned to be out longer than a few hours. I'd seen her car there before, often for overnight trips. No alarm bells went off, she was just doing her thing. I left my own note on the dash, stating my patrol route and expected return time, a standard safety measure. The air was still almost heavy as I started down the trail. The redwoods here grew so dense that even in daylight it felt like twilight beneath their ancient branches. Sunlight struggled to penetrate, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of gold and shadow. The only sounds were the crunch of my boots on fallen leaves and the distant chirping of unseen birds. It was beautiful, peaceful, the kind of place where you could almost forget the outside world existed. I hiked for a few hours, checking markers, clearing a fallen branch from the path, noting some erosion near the creek bed. Around noon, I found a clear spot with a sliver of sun and ate my lunch, enjoying the profound quiet. That's when it started, though I didn't recognize it as a start at the time. It was subtle, so minor that I almost dismissed it entirely. I was finishing up my apple, listening to the drip of water from the ferns, when I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible thump. It sounded artificial, not like a branch falling or an animal moving, more like something solid, something man-made hitting soft earth. It came from deeper in the woods off the main trail, in the direction of the old logging road that looped further into the untouched sections. I paused, chewing slowly, straining my ears. The silence that followed was even deeper than before, almost oppressive. It was the kind of silence that made your own heartbeat sound too loud. I told myself it was nothing. A squirrel dropping an acorn from a high branch, a distant rock slide, the wind playing tricks, though there wasn't even a whisper of a breeze. My rational mind was quick to supply explanations. It always is, especially when you're alone in a place where your imagination can run wild. I finished my apple, packed up my trash, and continued my patrol. But the memory of that sound, that tiny, misplaced thump, clung to the edges of my awareness. It was the first ripple in the surface of my perfectly calm, predictable day. The seed of dread planted and waiting to sprout. The faint thump shouldn't have mattered. It was a fleeting anomaly in the grand, ancient silence of the redwoods, but it did matter. It had taken root, a tiny, persistent burr under the saddle of my calm. I tried to dismiss it, to focus on the familiar rhythm of my patrol. I checked another trail marker, noted a cluster of rare ferns, even paused to admire a particularly impressive redwood burl that looked like a petrified face. My mind, however, kept drifting back to that sound. It was too distinct, too solid, not organic, and it had come from the direction of the old logging road, a disused track that snaked deeper into a rarely visited section of the park. Officially, that road was closed off, overgrown, and dangerous. Unofficially, it was a shortcut for the truly determined or the truly lost. It was also a place where illegal activities, illicit logging, marijuana grows, even poachers sometimes tried to hide. My ranger instincts, finely honed over years, were starting to prickle. Just a quick look, I muttered to myself, rationalizing. Part of the job, you're checking for unauthorized access, right, Alex? My internal monologue was trying its best to sound professional, but I knew it was more than that. It was curiosity laced with that tiny, insidious thread of unease. The Whisper Creek Trail continued its gentle descent towards the creek itself, but a faint game trail, barely visible, branched off to the right, heading uphill towards where I'd estimated the sound had originated. It wasn't marked on any tourist map, but I knew it. It was a path animals used, and sometimes those who wished to remain unseen. I checked my radio, then my sat phone. Signal was spotty out here even on the sat phone, but I had enough to transmit a short status update if needed. Ranger Alex checking game trail off Whisper Creek at grid reference Gamma 7, investigating potential unauthorized activity, ETA back on main trail 30 minutes. I transmitted the message knowing it might not go through immediately, but it was protocol, even if I felt a little foolish doing it for what was probably nothing. The game trail was steeper than the main path, winding through dense undergrowth. The air grew stiller, the light dimmer as the canopy closed even tighter overhead. I moved cautiously, my eyes scanning the forest floor for any sign of recent passage, a broken twig, a disturbed patch of moss, an unnatural footprint. The thump had sounded relatively close, perhaps a few hundred yards off the main trail, but sound could play tricks in the forest, echoing off rock faces or dissipating into the dense foliage. After about 10 minutes of slow, careful ascent, I stopped. The forest here was ancient, untouched. Trees rose like colossal pillars, their bases lost in thickets of fern and sorrel. Then I saw it. A break in the natural order. Ahead, the undergrowth had been pushed aside, not by an animal, but by something large and deliberate. A faint, almost imperceptible track led off the game trail, further into the deeper woods. It was a freshly disturbed path, a clear indication that someone or something had recently passed this way. My heart rate picked up a notch. This wasn't a squirrel dropping an acorn. I followed the track, my hand resting instinctively on the holster of my sidearm. It wasn't drawn, but it was ready. The forest was eerily quiet now, the usual distant bird calls absent. The silence felt heavy, watchful. The track led me to a small, hidden clearing, a natural bowl in the terrain, surrounded by towering redwoods. The trees here were even larger, older, their bark fissured and dark. And in the center of this clearing, partially hidden by a thick curtain of ivy, was something I never expected to see. It was a structure. Not a cabin, not a tent, something else. It was roughly circular, perhaps 15 feet in diameter, and built low to the ground. The material wasn't wood or canvas. It appeared to be some kind of dark, metallic composite, dull and unreflective, almost absorbing the meager light that filtered through the canopy. It was seamless with no visible joins or rivets, giving it an organic, almost alien quality. A single, dark opening, a perfectly smooth archway, faced me like a mouth in the featureless surface. My breath hitched, my mind, so accustomed to the natural world, struggled to process what I was seeing. It looked utterly out of place, a piece of modern, minimalist sculpture dropped into an ancient forest, except it wasn't art. It was functional, it was there. And it explained the thump. Not just one thump, but the sound of something heavy being placed, or maybe landing. I approached slowly, cautiously, my senses on high alert. Every instinct screamed at me to be careful. This was beyond anything I'd ever encountered. This wasn't a poacher's camp or an illegal grow. This was something else entirely, something impossible. As I got closer, I noticed details that deepened the mystery. The ground around the structure was disturbed, but not in the way a vehicle would leave tracks. It was as if the earth had been compressed, subtly but firmly, in a circular pattern around the base of the object. There was no visible path leading to it, no tire tracks, no disturbed branches that would indicate something being dragged. It was as if it had simply appeared. The surface of the structure felt cool to the touch, almost unnaturally so, like polished stone that had been kept in a dark room. I ran my gloved hand over it, feeling no seams, no imperfections. It was perfectly smooth, almost warm in some spots despite the cool air. It was a single monolithic piece. I circled the structure, keeping a wary distance. The opening, the dark archway, beckoned and repelled simultaneously. It was utterly black within, a void that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. No sound came from inside, no smell, no movement. It was just there, silent, waiting. My ranger training kicked in. Observe, assess, report. But what was there to report? Found a giant, seamless, metallic egg in the middle of the woods over. They'd think I'd finally cracked. I took out my camera, a standard-issue tough digital model, and started taking photos from various angles. Evidence. Whatever this was, it was real, and it was a priority. As I photographed, I noticed something else on the ground near the structure's base. A small, shiny object. It gleamed faintly in the dappled light. I knelt, pushing aside a clump of ferns, and picked it up. It was a small, delicate silver chain. and attached to it a small circular pendant etched with a distinctive spiral pattern. My blood ran cold. I recognized that pendant. I'd seen it many times hanging around Sarah Jensen's neck. It was her signature piece, a gift from her grandmother, she'd once told me. A Celtic spiral representing growth and eternal life. Sarah, her car was at the trailhead, her usual long trip. But why would her necklace be here, at the base of this impossible alien structure? My mind raced, connecting the dots or trying to. Sarah was meticulous. She wouldn't lose something so precious carelessly. Had she been here, had she seen this thing? The implications were terrifying. If Sarah had been here and dropped her necklace, it meant she had either fled in a hurry or she was still here, inside. I stared at the dark archway, a sudden, chilling certainty washing over me. This was no longer just a strange discovery. This was a potential missing person situation, and whatever this thing was, it was involved. Sarah, I called out, my voice sounding thin and small in the vast silence. No answer, only the echo of my own name swallowed by the ancient trees. I had to go in. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to back away, to report this to proper authorities, to wait for backup. But Sarah was a friend, a fellow protector of these woods, and if she was in trouble, I couldn't just leave her. Not when I was the only one here. I unholstered my sidearm, thumbing off the safety. The familiar weight of the pistol was a small comfort, a tether to the sane, rational world I knew. I gripped it tightly, my knuckles white. I took a deep breath, the cold, damp air filling my lungs. The scent of pine and damp earth was still there, but now it was overlaid with something else, a faint, almost metallic tang that I hadn't noticed before. I stepped towards the opening, moving slowly, deliberately. The archway was perfectly smooth, not a scratch or scuff mark anywhere. As I approached, a faint, almost imperceptible hum started to emanate from within, a low vibration that I felt more than heard, resonating in my chest. It was like the deep thrum of a sleeping giant. The blackness inside wasn't just an absence of light, it was an active void. It felt like walking into a black hole. My flashlight, a powerful LED tactical light, struggled to pierce it. Its beam seemed to be swallowed, its light barely illuminating a few feet ahead. I stepped over the threshold. The air inside was still cool and carried that same metallic scent, stronger now. My boots made no sound on the floor, which felt as seamless and smooth as the outer shell. The hum intensified slightly, a gentle, pulsing rhythm that seemed to emanate from the very walls. The space was larger than it looked from the outside, far larger. It was a perfectly circular chamber, its walls curving upwards into a dome. There were no visible light sources, yet a faint ambient luminescence, a soft purplish glow, emanated from the walls themselves, providing just enough visibility to discern the vastness of the room. It was like standing inside a giant, hollowed-out amethyst. In the center of the chamber, something stood. It was a pedestal, again of the same dark, seamless material, and on top of it, glowing with its own inner light, was a large, crystalline object. It was roughly spherical, about the size of a human head, multifaceted like a giant, perfectly cut diamond. But it wasn't a diamond. It shimmered with an inner fire, a kaleidoscope of colors swirling within its depths, blues, greens, purples, golds, shifting and blending in a mesmerizing dance. It pulsed slowly in time with the hum of the chamber. And around the pedestal, arranged in a rough semicircle, were several other objects. They looked like equipment, small, intricate devices of the same dark metallic material, some with small, delicate screens that displayed swirling patterns of light. They weren't recognizable as any technology I knew. They were alien, utterly foreign. But it wasn't the technology that riveted my attention. It was the other sight in the room. Lying on the floor just beyond the pedestal was a figure. It was Sarah. She was sprawled on her side, motionless, her face turned away from me. Her bright red jacket was a stark splash of color against the dark floor. My heart leaped into my throat. "Sarah," I called out, rushing forward, my gun still clenched in my hand, but my focus now entirely on her. I knelt beside her, checking for a pulse. Her skin was cool, almost cold. No visible injuries, no blood, but she wasn't breathing. Her eyes were closed, her face peaceful, almost serene, as if she were in a deep, dreamless sleep. Too peaceful, too still. My fingers searched for a pulse in her neck, then at her wrist. Nothing. A sickening dread washed over me, a cold wave of despair. She was dead. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. Sarah, vibrant, full of life, a passionate artist, was gone, and she was here in this impossible place with this impossible object. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of it. What had happened? How did she die? Was this thing responsible? I looked around frantically, searching for any clue, any sign of struggle. Nothing. The chamber was pristine, silent except for the low hum. The crystalline object on the pedestal pulsed, its inner light seemingly mocking the stillness of Sarah's body. I tried to pull myself together. Panic was setting in thick and suffocating. I needed to act. I needed to report this. But who would I even report it to? The Park Service, the police, the FBI, NASA? This was beyond anyone's jurisdiction. My radio, the sat phone, I fumbled for them, pulling them out of my pack. I needed to transmit. I needed to tell someone. "This is Ranger Alex to dispatch," I said, my voice hoarse, a tremor running through it. "I have a 1054 code 3, repeat 1054 code 3 at Whisper Creek, grid reference Gamma 7, 300 yards off trail. Caucasian female unresponsive, apparent 1091, I repeat 1091. Also, I have discovered a highly unusual structure, over." I paused, listening for a response, only static. The hum of the chamber seemed to grow louder, mocking my attempt to connect with the outside world. "Dispatch, do you copy? This is Alex, I need immediate backup. This situation is critical, over." Still nothing, no signal. The metallic walls, the alien technology, it must be interfering. I was cut off, completely isolated. A fresh wave of terror washed over me. I was alone in an alien structure with a dead friend and no way to call for help. I looked at Sarah's body again, then at the pulsating crystal. The crystal seemed to draw my gaze, its shifting colors mesmerizing, hypnotic. A strange urge, an almost irresistible pull, tugged at me, urging me closer to it. I found myself slowly standing up, taking a hesitant step towards the pedestal. "No," I whispered, shaking my head, trying to fight the strange compulsion. This was not right. I had to focus. I had to get Sarah out of here, or at least get myself out and bring back help. But the pull was strong. It felt like a gentle hand on my mind, a whisper of curiosity that overshadowed my fear. What was this thing? What did it do? My eyes darted to the small, intricate devices around the pedestal. They were silent, but their screens pulsed with the same shifting, colored light as the crystal. One of them, smaller than the others, looked like a console with a series of smooth, unmarked depressions on its surface. As I stared at it, one of the depressions, circular and slightly larger than the others, began to glow with a faint, inviting blue light. It seemed to be asking for my touch. My hand, as if acting on its own, reached out. My fingers hovered over the glowing circle. Every instinct warned against it, but the fascination, the overwhelming need to understand, was too powerful to resist. Just as my fingertip brushed the surface of the glowing depression, a sudden, blinding flash of white light erupted from the crystal. It wasn't a gentle glow this time. It was an explosive burst of pure energy, filling the entire chamber, scorching my eyes even through my eyelids. A deafening, high-pitched whine ripped through the air, vibrating through my very bones, making my teeth ache. I cried out, stumbling backward, throwing my hands up to shield my face. The force of the sound, the intensity of the light was overwhelming. It felt like my brain was being compressed, then stretched thin. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The light was gone, the whine vanished. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, my ears ringing violently. The chamber was dark again, save for the soft, purplish glow from the walls. My heart hammered against my ribs. I was shaking uncontrollably. I looked back at the pedestal. The crystalline object was still there, still pulsing, but its colors seemed muted now, softer. And Sarah's body was gone. The spot where she had been lying was empty, bare, nothing remained but the smooth, dark floor. My mind shattered. "No, no, no, no," I screamed, scrambling forward, crawling to the empty space, my hands frantically patting the floor. Nothing, no trace, she had vanished, just gone. Tears sprang to my eyes, hot and stinging. What was happening? Was I hallucinating? Was this some cruel trick? I looked wildly around the chamber, my gaze darting from the walls to the pedestal to the ceiling. "Sarah, where are you?" The silence that followed was absolute, terrifying. Only the low hum remained, an indifferent witness to my mounting horror. This wasn't just a discovery. This wasn't just a missing person. This was something far, far worse. This was an impossibility that defied every law of nature, every shred of sanity. I stood up slowly, my legs feeling like lead. My gun, still in my hand, felt useless, a child's toy against this unfathomable power. I had to get out. I had to escape this place. I turned and stumbled back towards the archway, my eyes fixed on the sliver of natural light that marked the exit. I needed to breathe real air, to feel the familiar earth beneath my feet. I needed to be anywhere but here. I burst out of the structure, gasping for breath, my lungs aching. The cool, damp air of the redwood forest hit me like a physical blow. The familiar scent of damp earth and pine needles was a welcome assault on my senses, a grounding force in the storm of my mind. I leaned against the rough bark of a giant redwood, trying to regain my composure, trying to convince myself that what I had just witnessed wasn't real. But the structure was still there, dark and silent, a monument to the impossible. I forced myself to think. Sarah was gone, vanished, and I had touched that console. Was I next? I had to get away. I had to report this to someone, anyone. My radio was still dead. My sat phone was useless. I was truly, utterly alone. I turned and ran, not back the way I came, not on the game trail. I crashed through the undergrowth, heedless of thorns or roots, driven by a primal need to escape. My boots slipped on damp leaves, my pack bounced against my back, but I kept going, pushing my body to its limits. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until the faint outline of the alien structure was lost behind the dense, towering trees. I ran until the familiar, comforting sounds of the forest slowly started to return, the distant chirping of birds, the rustle of leaves, the drip of water. Finally, utterly exhausted, I collapsed at the base of a particularly massive redwood, my chest heaving, sweat stinging my eyes. I closed my eyes, trying to make sense of the fragmented horrors that had just unfolded. Sarah, the structure, the crystal, her disappearance. It was too much. My rational mind, the mind of a park ranger, tried desperately to find a logical explanation. Mass hallucination, a trick of the light, a hidden underground facility, a highly advanced, secret military project. None of it fit. The seamless, organic nature of the structure, the impossible vanishing act, it defied everything. I sat there for a long time, catching my breath, the forest slowly enveloping me in its vast, indifferent embrace. The afternoon light was beginning to fade, the shadows lengthening beneath the towering redwoods. Evening was approaching, bringing with it the colder air I'd anticipated. I knew I couldn't stay there. I needed to get back to the trailhead, to my car, to civilization, however tenuous its connection felt now. I had to get help, even if no one believed me. I pushed myself up, my muscles stiff and protesting. My uniform was torn in places, my face probably streaked with dirt and sweat. I felt like I had aged 10 years in the last hour. I consulted my internal compass, tried to reorient myself. I was deep in the woods off any established path, but I knew these woods. I could find my way back. I had to. The walk back was a blur of heightened senses and paranoid glances. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the undergrowth made me jump. My imagination, once a pleasant companion in the solitude, was now a tormentor, conjuring monstrous shapes in the deep shadows, whispers in the wind. I kept my hand on my sidearm, though I knew it was futile. What defense would it be against something that could make a human being vanish? It took me longer than it should have, disoriented by fear and exhaustion, but eventually I found the game trail again. Then the main Whisper Creek Trail. The sight of the familiar, well-worn path was a small, blessed relief. I didn't stop to rest. I moved with a desperate urgency, my pace unrelenting. The sun was dipping below the horizon by the time I finally saw the familiar glimmer of my Ford Explorer through the trees. The small, gravel parking lot was still there, and Sarah Jensen's Subaru Outback was still parked beside my vehicle, exactly where I'd left it that morning. It was a stark reminder of what had happened, a painful echo of the life that was now inexplicably gone. My note stating my patrol route and expected return time was still tucked under my wiper blade. It felt like a relic from another lifetime, a testament to a world that no longer made sense. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly that it took several tries to unlock the door. I practically fell into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut, locking it automatically. The familiar scent of old coffee and worn upholstery was a strangely comforting anchor. I tried the radio in my truck, nothing. The static was absolute. I tried the sat phone again, trying every emergency channel I knew, still nothing. Whatever was happening, whatever that structure was, it had created a bubble of silence around me, a void in communication. I stared at Sarah's car, its mud-splattered exterior a familiar sight. I knew her, I knew she wouldn't have left, and now she was gone. What was I supposed to do? Go back for her? I wouldn't even know where to look. She wasn't just missing, she had been erased. I started the engine. The roar of the old Ford's V6 was a welcome, noisy distraction from the oppressive silence that had plagued me for hours. I put the truck in reverse, backed out of the parking spot, and turned onto the winding forest road. My immediate goal was simple: get back to the ranger station. Get back to people. Even if they laughed at me, even if they thought I'd lost my mind, I had to tell someone. The drive out of the park was a nightmare. Every shadow seemed to hold menace. Every rustle of leaves sounded like something following me. My eyes kept darting to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that dark, seamless structure rise up from the trees behind me. It was fully dark by the time I reached the main road, the asphalt feeling like a lifeline. The few scattered lights of distant houses, dim and welcoming, promised a return to normalcy, a world where things made sense. I drove straight to the ranger station, bypassing my cabin entirely. It was a small, functional building, usually quiet at this hour. I pulled into the empty parking lot, my headlights cutting through the inky blackness. The station was locked, of course. My shift had ended hours ago. I fumbled for my keys, my hands still shaking, and let myself in. The overhead fluorescent lights hummed to life, casting a harsh, sterile glow over the familiar office. The scent of stale coffee and disinfectant filled the air. It felt utterly alien after the ancient, organic perfume of the redwoods. I stumbled to the radio console, flipped it on, static, still no signal, my heart sank. This interference wasn't localized to the structure, it was affecting a wider area, or maybe it was affecting me. I went to the phone, the old landline, dialed dispatch. The phone rang once, twice, then a click, a recorded voice. All lines are currently busy, please hold. Busy at this hour, what was going on? I hung up, tried again, same message. I tried 911, same recorded message. My hands clenched into fists. This wasn't just me. Something was wrong with the entire communications network. I went to the map on the wall, a detailed topographical rendering of the entire park. I found Whisper Creek Trail, then painstakingly tried to pinpoint the location of the clearing, the alien structure. I traced the game trail I'd taken, the slight depression in the terrain. It was deep, remote. No one would ever stumble upon it by accident. I sat down at my desk, the familiar oak surface feeling cold and hard beneath my trembling fingers. I stared at the blank computer screen, then at my hands. They were still dirty, a few scrapes and scratches from my desperate flight through the undergrowth. I pulled out my camera, the digital one I'd used to take pictures of the structure. I needed to download the photos to have proof, to remind myself that I hadn't imagined it. I connected the camera to the computer. The screen flickered, then an error message popped up. Device not recognized, no image files found. My blood ran cold again. I tried again, checking the connection, turning the camera off and on. Nothing. The error message persisted. I scrolled through the camera's internal memory. It was empty. All the photos I had taken, the undeniable evidence of the structure, were gone, wiped clean. It felt like a final, crushing blow. Not only was I cut off, not only had Sarah vanished, but my proof, my only way to convince anyone, had been erased. A terrible thought bloomed in my mind, cold and sharp. This wasn't just an isolated incident. This was deliberate. Whatever that thing was, it was intelligent, and it was actively covering its tracks. Panic threatened to overwhelm me again, but this time a new emotion mingled with it. Cold, hard determination. They wanted to erase it. They wanted to keep it a secret. I wouldn't let them. I was the only witness, the only one who knew. I looked at the map again, my eyes tracing the lines of the Whisper Creek area. Sarah's car was still there. That was a starting point. It would eventually be noticed. Someone would come looking for her, and then they would come looking for me. I had to be ready. I had to figure this out. I grabbed a fresh notepad and a pen from my desk. If I couldn't trust technology, I would rely on the old ways. I began to write, my hands still shaking, but steadier now, fueled by a nascent resolve. I would document everything, every detail, every terrifying moment. October 24th, approx 12:30 p.m., heard a strange thump off Whisper Creek Trail. Investigated. I wrote down the grid coordinates, the description of the structure, the metallic composite, the archway, the hump. Then Sarah, her body, the crystal, her vanishing. My failed attempts to communicate, the erased photos. As I wrote, my mind started to piece together fragments, memories I hadn't even consciously registered. The strange silence on the trail earlier that day, the unusual lack of wildlife, had it been a premonition or a consequence? And then another thought, like a jolt of ice water, the old logging road off which I'd found the game trail. It led to untouched sections of the park, that was the official word, but locals, including Sarah, sometimes spoke of other things. Legends, stories about strange lights, about forgotten places deep in the oldest groves where time itself seemed to warp. Places where things were rumored to disappear. I had always dismissed them as folk tales, campfire stories. But what if they weren't? What if Sarah had known something? Had she been looking for something specific? Her dedication to finding rare wildlife, that patient waiting for the perfect light, was it always just for a photograph? The thought gnawed at me. Sarah was known for her art, but also for her deep connection to the land, her almost spiritual understanding of the forest. Had she stumbled upon this thing, or had she been seeking it? Had the ancient spiral on her pendant been more than just a family heirloom? I paused, pen hovering over the paper. The hum of the fluorescent lights, the distant wail of a coyote, the utter isolation of the ranger station at night. It all converged into a single, terrifying question. What if I wasn't just a witness? What if by touching that console, by being in that place, I had become something else? A participant, a target. I looked down at my hand, the one that had brushed the glowing circle. It looked normal, but a cold, subtle prickling sensation ran beneath my skin, almost imperceptible. Was it just nerves or something else? I had to warn people, not just about the structure, but about the possibility that it might still be active, that it might return, and about what it could do. The next few hours were a blur of restless energy. I scoured maps, cross-referencing old logging routes with topographical data. I pulled up archived reports of unusual phenomena in the park, anything that might even remotely connect to what I'd experienced. Most were easily explainable: misidentified animals, atmospheric phenomena, hikers mistaking distant campfires for something more. But a few, buried deep in the archives, spoke of strange localized power outages, inexplicable sensory distortions, even brief localized temporal anomalies. All dismissed, all attributed to faulty equipment or overactive imaginations. Now they felt chillingly relevant. By dawn, I had a growing stack of notes, theories, and a knot of dread in my stomach that felt like a permanent fixture. The landline was still busy. The radio was still static. I was still cut off. The first rays of morning light filtered through the station's windows, painting the office in shades of pale gray and nascent gold. The world outside looked deceptively normal, but I knew it was. I had to make a choice. Stay here waiting for communications to return, hoping someone would eventually come looking for Sarah and by extension for me, or go back to Whisper Creek. The idea of returning to that place, to that silent, impossible structure, filled me with a fresh wave of terror. But if I didn't, who would? If I didn't try to understand, to find answers, then Sarah's death, her disappearance, would be just another unsolved mystery swallowed by the vastness of the redwoods. And I would be carrying this impossible burden alone forever. My ranger instincts, the ones that had always driven me to protect, to investigate, to confront danger, started to reassert themselves. Fear was still there, a cold, constant companion, but beneath it, a nascent sense of purpose began to solidify. I would go back, but this time I would be prepared. I would bring everything I could think of: more batteries, a compass, a physical map, backup lights, emergency rations, a stronger sidearm, and even a hunting rifle from the armory. I would outfit myself not just as a park ranger on patrol, but as an explorer stepping into the unknown, into a realm that defied explanation. I had to find out what had happened to Sarah, and I had to find out what that thing was. I packed my truck, the movement stiff and deliberate, each item carefully chosen. The weight of the rifle, the extra ammunition, the specialized tools felt both heavy and reassuring. As I pulled out of the ranger station parking lot, the sun was fully risen, casting long shadows across the empty pavement. The air was crisp, the sky a clear, brilliant blue. It was a beautiful day, a day that promised peace and tranquility. But I knew better. The peace was a lie, the tranquility was a facade, and somewhere deep in the ancient embrace of the redwoods, a silent, impossible mystery was waiting, and I was driving straight back into it. The drive back to Whisper Creek was even more unsettling than the escape. The morning sun, now higher in the sky, painted the redwood canopy in shimmering gold, but its warmth didn't touch the chill in my bones. Every turn in the winding road felt like a descent into the unknown. My old Ford Explorer, usually a symbol of reliable solitude, now felt like a fragile shell against the encroaching vastness of the forest, a shield against an enemy I couldn't comprehend. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white. The weight of the rifle in the passenger seat, along with the tactical vest and the additional gear packed meticulously in the back, was a constant, heavy reminder of the impossible mission I was undertaking. I wasn't just a park ranger anymore. I was a desperate man chasing shadows, trying to reclaim a piece of the world that had shattered around me. As I neared the Whisper Creek trailhead, a fresh wave of dread washed over me. The small gravel lot, now bathed in sunlight, looked deceptively ordinary. My Explorer's tire tracks from last night were clearly visible in the dew-kissed gravel, leading away from Sarah's Subaru, which still sat there, a silent sentinel. The sight of her car, pristine and familiar, yet housing an absence so profound, twisted a knot in my stomach. I parked my truck, pulled the keys, and spent a long moment just breathing, trying to calm the frantic thrum of my heart. The silence of the forest, which I had once found so comforting, now felt pregnant with unseen threats, every rustle of leaves a potential warning. Before stepping out, I double-checked my gear. The hunting rifle was a familiar, heavy comfort in my hands. I slung it over my shoulder, ensuring it was accessible. My sidearm, fully loaded, was secured in its holster. I wore a utility belt laden with a multi-tool, extra magazines, a robust first aid kit, a powerful headlamp, and a handheld GPS. My backpack contained emergency rations, more water, a coil of rope, and a physical map, old school, resistant to whatever electromagnetic interference had wiped my camera and jammed my comms. I even brought a small, high-powered mirror, a survivalist trick for signaling. Stepping out of the truck, the air was crisp and cold, carrying the earthy scent of redwoods and damp moss. I took one last look at Sarah's Subaru, a silent promise forming on my lips. I'm coming for you, Sarah, or at least I'm finding out what happened. I didn't bother with another note on my dash. Who would read it? And what good would it do? If the communication blackout persisted, my absence wouldn't be noted until much later, and by then, a note wouldn't change anything. I started down the Whisper Creek trail, retracing my steps from yesterday. This time, every sense was hyperalert. My eyes scanned the forest floor, not just for erosion or fallen branches, but for any subtle disturbance, any unnatural sign. My ears strained for anything beyond the natural symphony of the forest. The gentle crunch of my boots on fallen leaves was the only sound I allowed myself to make. The path that branched off to the game trail, barely visible to the untrained eye, was still there. I paused, taking a deep breath. This was it. The point of no return, or rather, the point of return to the impossible. I transmitted a quick, terse message on my sat phone, just in case, even though I knew it was futile. Ranger Alex returning to Gamma 7, proceeding with caution, status unknown. The digital display on the sat phone remained stubbornly blank, refusing to show any signal. The radio on my belt, too, remained silent. The game trail was just as steep and overgrown as I remembered, the branches clawing at my jacket, the damp earth slippery beneath my boots. The forest grew denser, the light dimmer, the towering redwoods closing in like ancient guardians. I moved slower this time, more methodically, rifle-ready, eyes sweeping the undergrowth for any sign of movement, any anomaly. My senses were heightened, almost painfully so. I could smell the damp earth, the decay of old leaves, the faint, metallic tang that I now associated with the structure. After about 15 minutes of steady, cautious ascent, I saw it again. The subtle break in the undergrowth where something large had pushed its way through, the faint track leading off the game trail further into the deeper woods. My heart hammered against my ribs. Here we go. I followed the disturbed path, my hand resting on the rifle, my finger hovering near the trigger guard. The silence here was still oppressive, but now I noticed it wasn't absolute. There was a low, almost imperceptible hum, a vibration that resonated in my chest, a deep thrumming that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. It was the same sound I'd heard inside the structure. It was closer now, much closer. The clearing appeared suddenly through a curtain of ivy and ferns. The structure was still there, dark, silent, seamless. A monolithic enigma dropped into the ancient heart of the redwoods. It looked precisely as I remembered, perhaps even more alien in the bright morning light. The dark metallic composite absorbed the sunlight, making it seem like a shadow cast upon the world. The perfectly smooth archway, its interior a void of deepest black, beckoned with its impossible mystery. I stopped at the edge of the clearing, scanning the area carefully. Nothing, no movement, no sound beyond the low, persistent hum that vibrated through the air. The trees stood still, their colossal presence unchanged. The ground around the structure remained undisturbed, compressed in that faint circular pattern around its base, as if it had simply settled there without a whisper. I approached slowly, rifle held at the ready, my gaze fixed on the archway. The air grew cooler as I neared, the metallic tang stronger. My instincts screamed at me to maintain distance, to observe from afar, but the pull, the desperate need for answers was stronger. Sarah was gone, swallowed by this thing. I had to know why. As I reached the threshold of the archway, I noticed something new, something I hadn't seen in my frantic first encounter. Near the base of the structure, almost obscured by a thick root, was a small, delicate bloom. It wasn't a flower I recognized, and it certainly wasn't native to the redwood forest. Its petals were a deep, iridescent purple, almost black at the edges, and it glowed with a faint, internal luminescence, pulsing softly, mirroring the hum I felt. It was impossible, a botanical anomaly that defied classification, yet it grew there, vibrant and out of place. I knelt, carefully examining it. The petals felt cool and slightly firm to the touch, like very fine silk. It was beautiful, but also deeply unsettling. A life form perhaps generated or influenced by the structure. I wondered if Sarah had seen it. Pushing aside the strange flower for a moment, I peered into the archway. The blackness within was still absolute, absorbing the morning light, refusing to yield its secrets. My headlamp, now fully charged, seemed to lose its power as soon as its beam entered the void, scattering into a faint, purplish haze a few feet inside. I took a deep breath, the metallic scent filling my lungs. The hum intensified slightly as I stepped over the threshold, a deep, resonant thrumming that vibrated through my bones. The interior was just as vast and otherworldly as before. The circular chamber, its walls curving upwards into a dome, glowed with the same soft, purplish luminescence. The air was cool still. My boots made no sound on the seamless floor. In the center of the chamber, the pedestal still stood, and upon it the crystalline object pulsed with its inner fire, a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of shifting colors, blues, greens, purples, golds. It seemed less frantic now, more serene, almost contemplative. The small, intricate devices around the pedestal were also there, their delicate screens displaying swirling patterns of light. My eyes immediately darted to the spot where Sarah's body had lain. It was still empty, pristine. The smooth, dark floor reflected the faint purplish glow of the walls, revealing no trace, no stain, no disturbance. She was simply gone. I felt a fresh surge of grief, a pang of despair, but it was quickly replaced by a cold, clinical focus. I was here for answers. I approached the pedestal slowly, rifle at the ready. My gaze swept over the devices. One of them, the small console I had touched yesterday, still had that circular depression glowing with a faint, inviting blue light. It pulsed, softly beckoning. I remembered the blinding flash, the deafening whine, Sarah's disappearance. I knew with a chilling certainty that this console, this crystal, was responsible. I circled the pedestal, keeping a wary distance from the console, my attention now focused on the crystal. It was breathtaking, truly magnificent, pulsing with a silent power. As I watched, the colors within it shifted seemingly at random, yet there was a rhythm to their dance, a silent, complex pattern. What was it? A power source, a data repository, a communication device? I reached into my pack and pulled out a small, specialized sensor array I'd brought, typically used for detecting subtle seismic activity or unusual atmospheric conditions. It was primitive compared to whatever I was looking at, but it was all I had. I activated it, the small digital screen flickering to life, displaying a cascade of incomprehensible readings. The energy emissions from the crystal were off the charts, registering frequencies and amplitudes far beyond anything known to human science. There were fluctuating magnetic fields, localized gravitational distortions, and strange, resonant sonic vibrations I couldn't even hear. It was a cacophony of impossible data. I took photos with the small, disposable camera I'd brought, purely mechanical, no digital memory to be wiped. It was a long shot, but if I could get out, it might provide some physical proof. I aimed it at the crystal, the console, the dome, snapping several shots. My attention returned to the console. The blue glowing depression still pulsed, and now another depression, slightly smaller and triangular, began to glow a soft green. It felt like an invitation, a sequence. I hesitated, a fresh wave of primal fear gripping me. The last time I'd touched it, Sarah had vanished. What would happen if I touched it again? Would I vanish too? But the alternative was to leave, to abandon Sarah, to return to a world that would never believe me. I couldn't do that, not yet. I needed to understand. I took a deep breath, observe, assess, act. My ranger training, stretched to its absolute limits, was my only anchor. I remembered the chilling sensation when my finger had brushed the blue circle. It hadn't been an electric shock, but a profound, almost psychic connection, a feeling of recognition. Slowly, carefully, I reached out my gloved hand. I paused, my finger hovering over the blue circle, then the green triangle. My heart hammered. This was insane, but what else could I do? I decided to try the blue circle again, hoping it might react differently this time, or at least without the sudden, cataclysmic burst. I braced myself. My fingertip made contact. This time there was no blinding flash, no deafening whine. Instead, a ripple of cool energy spread through my hand, up my arm, and into my mind. It wasn't painful, but profoundly disorienting. Images, abstract and fleeting, flashed through my mind, swirling galaxies, ancient symbols, mathematical equations that defied understanding. It was a torrent of information, too vast, too complex to grasp, yet it registered on some primal level. Then, as quickly as it began, it ceased. The blue glow on the console remained, but now, a sequence of other depressions on the console, small and circular, began to light up in a complex, rhythmic pattern like a pulse. It was a language, I realized, but not one I could read. My head throbbed, not with pain, but with an echo of the overwhelming input. I felt different. Not physically, but as if my internal landscape had been subtly altered, some new channel opened. I pulled my hand away, shaking it, trying to clear my head. What had just happened? Was I being integrated, uploaded, infected? I looked at the crystal, then back at the console. The crystal's colors seemed to shift with a new urgency, faster now, more vibrant, as if reacting to my touch. I decided to try the green triangle next, hoping to follow the perceived sequence. Again, I braced myself, my heart pounding. My finger touched the green triangle. Another ripple of cool energy, but this time it was different, less abstract, more resonant. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper filled my mind, not a voice, but a presence. It was ancient, vast, benevolent, yet utterly indifferent. It was the mind of the structure itself, or whatever entity controlled it. And then images, clearer this time. A starfield, a distant planet, vibrant and alive. A civilization not human, but undeniably intelligent, building structures that mirrored the one I was in. They were travelers, explorers, guardians. The images flickered, then focused on Earth, on the redwood forest. A vision of the structure settling into the clearing, not landing with force, but manifesting, solidifying. It was a place of observation, a library, a repository of knowledge. And then Sarah. Her image flashed in my mind, not dead but transformed. She was standing in a field of swirling, iridescent light, not on Earth but somewhere else. She looked peaceful, almost joyful, her face alight with wonder. She was not gone, not truly. She had been translocated, transported to where, for what purpose? The information came in a rush, not as words, but as pure understanding, as if the knowledge was being directly imprinted onto my consciousness. The structure was a seed pod, a repository of knowledge, a beacon, a transport mechanism. It wasn't malicious. It wasn't an invader. It was a silent observer, occasionally interacting, occasionally collecting. Sarah hadn't been killed, she had been chosen. A profound sense of relief mixed with a deeper, more complex sorrow washed over me. Sarah wasn't dead, but she was gone, taken to a place I couldn't follow, for a purpose I couldn't fully comprehend. The green triangle's glow faded, and now a new, larger depression on the console, diamond-shaped, began to glow a brilliant, pulsing red. This felt different, more urgent, warning or invitation. I hesitated. The torrent of information had been overwhelming, but it had answered my most pressing question about Sarah. Now I was faced with a choice. Continue interacting with this alien technology, risking further transformation, or retreat with the knowledge I had gained. But the new understanding, the profound connection I had felt, made retreat seem impossible. I had been touched by something truly ancient, truly vast. I was no longer just a park ranger. I was a witness, an initiate. The red, diamond-shaped depression pulsed insistently. It felt like a decision point, a command. I looked at my gloved hand. I thought about the prickling sensation beneath my skin, the feeling I'd noticed last night. It was still there, subtle but persistent. Was this what transformation felt like? I took a deep breath, trying to clear my mind, to think rationally despite the alien data swirling in my consciousness. If Sarah had been chosen, what did that mean for me? Had my initial contact, my frantic search for answers, already set me on a similar path? The image of the iridescent flower outside flashed into my mind. An anomaly, a new life. Was that what I was becoming? I touched the red diamond. This time the energy was different entirely. It wasn't cool but warm, almost burning, and it surged through my body with an electrifying jolt. My vision blurred, the chamber spinning around me. I felt a profound sense of uplifting, as if my very atoms were being rearranged, pulled apart, and reassembled. A low, resonant thrum vibrated through the chamber, much deeper and more powerful than the constant hum. The crystal on the pedestal flared, its inner light intensifying to an unbearable brilliance, washing the chamber in pure, blinding white. The intricate devices around the pedestal hummed, their screens swirling with patterns of light that seemed to morph into complex geometric symbols. I felt a profound sense of detachment, as if I were observing my own body from a distance. The metallic tang in the air grew sharper, more intense. A rush of pure data, raw and unfiltered, flooded my consciousness, overwhelming my senses. It was a torrent of scientific principles, historical archives of alien civilizations, cosmic maps, and intricate energy mechanics. It was too much, too fast, too vast for my human mind to process. I cried out, not in pain, but in sheer sensory overload. My knees buckled and I fell to the seamless floor, my rifle clattering beside me. My head throbbed, my eyes burned. My entire being felt like it was expanding, stretching beyond its physical limits. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The blinding light receded, the intense thrum faded, replaced by the familiar, softer hum of the chamber. The crystal returned to its mesmerizing, pulsating kaleidoscope of colors. The red diamond on the console dimmed, then went dark. I lay on the floor for a long moment, gasping, my body trembling uncontrollably. My head swam and my ears rang. My vision slowly cleared. I pushed myself up slowly, my muscles stiff and uncoordinated. I felt exhausted, but also strangely energized, alert. My senses felt sharper, more finely tuned. I could hear the faint drip of water from outside the structure, the rustle of leaves high in the canopy, sounds I hadn't registered before. The metallic tang in the air was still there, but now it felt natural, familiar. I looked at my hands. They were still my hands, gloved, scratched from my previous flight. I touched my face, still my face. Nothing outwardly seemed changed. But I knew with an absolute, undeniable certainty that something fundamental within me had changed. The prickling sensation beneath my skin was stronger now, a subtle, constant vibration, like a faint, internal hum mirroring the one from the structure. It felt like an extension, a connection. I walked back to the console, my movements more fluid, more deliberate. I stared at the dark depression I had touched. There was no glowing invitation now, it was inert. The sequence, whatever it was, had been completed. I looked at the crystal, then up at the dome. The profound understanding I had gained from the green triangle's touch was still there, integrated into my consciousness. The structure was a seed pod. Sarah was safe, chosen for some cosmic journey, and I had been changed, modified. For what purpose? A new realization, chilling and profound, settled upon me. The communication blackout, the erased photos, it wasn't just to cover tracks, it was to isolate me, to ensure I was the sole recipient of this interaction, this transformation. I was the only one. A sense of immense responsibility, heavy and terrifying, descended upon me. I was the bridge now, the link between my world and theirs. I pulled out my notebook and pen, my hands steady now. I had to document this, everything, the seed pod concept, Sarah's translocation, my own transformation. It sounded insane, even to me, but it was the truth. As I began to write, my thoughts seemed to flow with an unprecedented clarity, linking concepts and ideas I wouldn't have grasped before. It was as if new neural pathways had been forged, allowing me to perceive patterns and connections that were previously invisible. I wrote about the structure's purpose, not just a transport, but a silent observer, cataloging life, knowledge, history. It recorded, it learned, and occasionally it acted. I wrote about the ancient legends I dismissed, strange lights, temporal anomalies. They weren't just legends. They were echoes of previous interactions, earlier seed pod manifestations, perhaps in different locations, different eras. This wasn't the first time. And then the most terrifying thought of all, if this was a seed pod, what was it seeding? Knowledge, life, a future. And if it selected individuals like Sarah, what was their ultimate destiny? And what was mine? I looked around the chamber, no longer with fear, but with a burgeoning sense of awe and apprehension. The purplish glow, the pulsating crystal, the intricate devices, they were no longer just alien technology. They were instruments of a vast, cosmic purpose, now intimately linked to me. I decided I needed to explore the structure further. I needed to understand its full capabilities, its limits. I might be isolated, but I was also empowered in a terrifying, unfathomable way. I walked to the perimeter of the circular chamber, my hands tracing the seamless walls. They felt cool, almost alive, subtly vibrating with the internal hum. As my hand slid across the surface, a section of the wall, previously indistinguishable, shimmered. A faint, glowing outline appeared, revealing a smooth, circular depression about the size of a dinner plate. It was flush with the wall, almost invisible until activated. Curiosity overriding caution, I pressed the depression. The wall before me shimmered, then slowly began to recede, dissolving inwards like liquid metal, revealing a dark tunnel beyond. The air within the tunnel was even cooler, carrying a faint, sweet scent like ozone and distant rain. This was a new section, a new mystery. I retrieved my rifle and my headlamp, switching the powerful beam on. The tunnel was perfectly circular, its walls and floor of the same dark, seamless material. It sloped gently downwards, the purplish ambient light from the main chamber fading rapidly behind me, replaced by the stark white beam of my lamp. I moved forward, my senses on high alert. The humming intensified, a low thrumming that seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of the tunnel. The sweet, ozonic scent grew stronger. The tunnel led deeper into the earth, spiraling downwards for what felt like hundreds of feet. It was disorienting, and I kept a hand on the wall to steady myself. The scale of this structure, hidden beneath the forest floor, was far greater than anything I could have imagined from its exterior. Finally, the tunnel opened into another chamber, larger than the first and vastly different. This chamber was cavernous, its ceiling lost in shadow, but it wasn't dark. It was illuminated by a network of glowing lines that crisscrossed the walls and ceiling, forming intricate geometric patterns. These lines, pulsing with a soft, ethereal blue light, connected to dozens, perhaps hundreds, of cylindrical pods that lined the chamber. Each pod was transparent, made of a material that shimmered like solidified air, and inside each pod, suspended in a clear, viscous liquid, were forms. They weren't human. These were alien life forms of every conceivable shape and size. Some were humanoid, but with multiple limbs or strange, iridescent skin. Others were serpentine or insectoid or purely ethereal, shimmering like solidified gas. Each was in a state of suspended animation, perfectly preserved, eyes closed, faces serene. They were not dead, but dormant, waiting. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't just a seed pod. It was an ark, a cosmic zoo, a genetic library. And then I saw something that made my blood run cold. In one of the transparent pods closest to where I stood was a form that was undeniably human. A woman with long, dark hair and a distinct spiral pendant hanging around her neck. Zara. She was suspended in the clear liquid, her eyes closed, her face peaceful, wearing the same bright red jacket she had on when I found her. She was not gone, she was here, preserved, catalogued. A mixture of relief and profound horror washed over me, relief that she was physically present, not truly erased, but horror at her state, a living specimen dormant, waiting in this alien collection. Was this her journey to be an exhibit? I rushed to the pod, pressing my hands against the cool, smooth surface. Sarah, I whispered, my voice hoarse. No response, her face remained serene, unmoving. The liquid seemed to shimmer around her. I looked around the chamber at the hundreds of other pods, each containing a unique, frozen life form. This was the true scale of the seed pod's mission. It wasn't just observing, it was collecting, preserving. My mind reeled, trying to grasp the implications. This entire planet, perhaps, was a subject of study. Its life forms, its history, its evolution. And humanity, myself included, was just another species in their vast collection. I found a console near Sarah's pod, similar to the one in the main chamber, but smaller, with a single glowing blue circle. It beckoned. I knew I had to be careful. What would this console do? Release her, analyze her, or activate some other function? I hesitated, my hand hovering over the glowing circle. The images from my previous contact with the main console flashed in my mind. The starfield, the benevolent, indifferent presence, the vast cosmic purpose. It wasn't malicious, but it wasn't human. It was beyond human morality, beyond human understanding. If I released Sarah, what then? Would she be truly free, or would she just be another anomaly, another subject for them to recontain? And what would be the consequences for me, for the structure, for Earth? I touched the blue circle. The console hummed and the clear liquid in Sarah's pod began to glow, swirling with faint, iridescent light. A low, soft chime resonated through the chamber. Then a voice. It wasn't a human voice. It was melodic, synthesized, and utterly alien, yet the words formed perfectly in my mind, a direct translation, a telepathic transfer of meaning. Subject 473B, designation Sarah Jensen, human female, designated artist environmentalist, status dormant. Resumption protocol initiated. Estimated cycle 1.7 Earth hours. Warning, contact with subject 473B during resumption cycle is not advised. Biostabilizers will activate upon completion of cycle. My mind reeled. They had cataloged her, identified her, even assigned her a designation. And now I had initiated her resumption protocol. She would wake up in 1.7 hours. But where and what then? The console offered no further options, no other glowing depressions. My interaction had been limited to this single activation. I looked at Sarah, suspended, still peaceful. I had started something, set a clock in motion. I had to be there when she woke, but I also had to understand more. I turned from the pods, my gaze sweeping over the vast chamber. There were other tunnels branching off, each marked by a subtle, glowing outline like the one I had found. This place was a labyrinth of discovery, and I had only just scratched the surface. I needed to explore further, but with Sarah's awakening imminent, I couldn't risk getting lost or trapped. I noted the entrance I had come through, marking it mentally. I would return, I had to. I made my way back through the initial tunnel, climbing the gentle slope, the rhythmic hum accompanying me. The main chamber, with its purplish glow and pulsating crystal, seemed almost welcoming now, less menacing, more like a central hub. I returned to the console where I had undergone my own transformation. The blue glow of the first circle was still faint, and the green triangle, though dark, felt resonant with the knowledge it had imparted. My heightened senses, the subtle vibration within me, confirmed the change. I needed to prepare for Sarah's reawakening. What would she remember? What would she feel? Would she be confused, terrified? And how would I explain any of this? I sat down on the seamless floor, pulling out my notebook again. I continued writing, desperately trying to organize the torrent of information in my mind. The seed pod, the arc, the translocation of Sarah, now revealed as dormancy in a cosmic collection. My own transformation, the new senses, the telepathic connection. I wrote about the implications. If this structure was here, observing, collecting, what other seed pods were out there? How long had they been here, and what was their ultimate goal? Was it truly benign, or was their benevolence merely a reflection of their cosmic indifference to human concerns? The time I spent writing was a blur, my pen flying across the paper, filling page after page with my frantic, yet now strangely ordered observations. The internal clock the console had activated for Sarah's resumption kept ticking in my mind. 1.7 hours, that wasn't much time. I realized I needed to secure the entrance to the deeper sections of the structure. I couldn't have Sarah, disoriented and vulnerable, wandering into the arc chamber. I returned to the shimmering wall where I had discovered the hidden tunnel. I pressed the circular depression again, and this time the liquid metal effect reversed. The wall slowly reformed, solidifying, becoming seamless once more, perfectly concealing the entrance. It was as if it had never been there. Now only the main chamber remained accessible. It would be safer for Sarah. I still had about an hour until her estimated awakening. I decided to make another attempt at communication. Perhaps with my internal changes, my enhanced connection to the structure, something might have shifted. I pulled out my sat phone, tried to transmit. Nothing, still dead. The landline at the ranger station, the radio in my truck, all still useless. My transformation, whatever it was, didn't seem to extend to re-establishing human communication. The isolation remained absolute. This was it, just me, Sarah, and the seed pod. I looked at the crystalline object on the pedestal. It pulsed, its colors shifting, now seeming to reflect the complex emotions churning within me: fear, wonder, dread, resolve. It was beautiful, terrifying, and profoundly significant. I walked back to Sarah's abandoned Subaru at the trailhead, grabbing her camera bag. She'd always had a spare journal for her observations, a small, leather-bound notebook she carried with her everywhere. If she had been researching this, if she had stumbled upon it before I did, there might be notes, clues. As I approached her car, I noticed the driver's side window was slightly ajar, a small, almost imperceptible gap. Sarah was meticulous, she wouldn't have left it open. Another anomaly. Perhaps she was in a hurry, or perhaps something else had entered or left the car after she had been collected. I opened the door, the familiar scent of old leather and dried redwood needles filling the air. Her camera bag was on the passenger seat, just where I remembered it. I rummaged through it, finding her usual collection of lenses, filters, and spare batteries. At the bottom, nestled among a few granola bar wrappers, was the small, leather-bound journal. I flipped it open. Her neat, elegant handwriting filled the pages. October 22nd, deep hum today, much stronger than usual, from the Whisper Creek area, not seismic, something else. The forest feels different, quiet, but alive with a strange energy. This is it, I can feel it. My breath hitched. She had known, she had been seeking it. October 23rd, found faint energy readings near Old Logging Road. Followed Deer Trail. The legends, they're real. A structure, black, seamless, impossible. No signs of human construction. It feels ancient. called Alex, but no signal. She had tried to call me. My heart ached with a new pang of guilt, if only I had known. October 24th morning, the hum is constant now, the structure is pulsing. I feel drawn to it, like a moth to a flame. I saw the flower, it's glowing, it's an invitation, I'm going in. This is bigger than anything, bigger than us. I need to document it, to understand. Her last entry, a few hours before I found her. She hadn't stumbled upon it, she had sought it out, compelled by an instinct, a curiosity, perhaps even a pre-existing connection. Her Celtic spiral pendant, a symbol of growth and eternal life, had it been a sign, a key to her destiny. I closed the journal, my mind racing. Sarah wasn't just an artist, she was an explorer, a seeker of the profound. She had embraced the unknown, walked willingly into the impossible. I took the journal with me, tucking it safely into my backpack. It was another piece of the puzzle, another critical piece of evidence, and it gave me a clearer picture of Sarah's mindset. She wasn't a victim, she was a pioneer. I returned to the structure, carrying the heavy weight of Sarah's journal. The sun was now directly overhead, creating dapples of intense light and deep shadow on the forest floor. I paused at the archway, looking at the vibrant, iridescent purple bloom near the base. It pulsed softly, its internal light a silent testament to the alien life force it harbored. I wondered if it was a byproduct or a deliberate offering. I stepped back inside. The chamber glowed, the crystal pulsed. The metallic tang, the low hum, the profound sense of otherworldliness. It was all still there, familiar now, almost a part of me. I looked at undefined. I looked at the crystalline object on the pedestal. It pulsed, its colors shifting, now seeming to reflect the complex emotions churning within me, fear, wonder, dread, resolve. It was beautiful, terrifying, and profoundly significant. I had about an hour to prepare for a reunion unlike any other. How do you explain to someone that they've been in a state of suspended animation in an alien arc, and that you yourself have been subtly altered by the same technology? There were no protocols for this in the Ranger manual. I decided to utilize the remaining time to revisit my understanding of the structure, to consolidate the raw data that had been imprinted on my mind. I paced the circular chamber, my hands tracing the seamless walls, feeling the subtle vibration under my skin. My new senses were like a constant low-level hum, allowing me to perceive the structure not just as an object, but as a living, breathing entity. I could sense the intricate energy conduits running through the walls, the subtle fluctuations in the crystal's output, the very fabric of the alien composite material. The knowledge I'd absorbed told me the seed pod was designed for long-term observation, data collection, and preservation. It wasn't a weapon, it wasn't a conqueror. It was an archivist, a cosmic historian sent to catalog life across the galaxy. Earth was one such planet under its purview, and humanity just one species among countless others. The translocations were not abductions in the malicious sense, but rather a form of selective preservation, a backup, perhaps even an upliftment for specific individuals deemed valuable or unique. Sarah, the artist, the environmentalist, with her deep connection to life, she fit the profile. And me, my transformation, the jolt of data, the heightened senses, it felt like an upgrade, an interface. I was no longer merely an observer, I was becoming an extension. The prickling sensation under my skin wasn't a malady, it was a connection, a resonance with the seed pod itself. I could feel its presence, its ancient purpose humming through me. I pulled out Sarah's journal again, rereading her final entry. Bigger than anything, bigger than us, I need to document it, to understand. She had been so close, so eager. I wondered if the seed pod had chosen her for her unique ability to perceive, to connect with the natural world, even to sense the extraordinary. Her curiosity, her openness, had made her an ideal candidate. And perhaps my own relentless pursuit of answers, my stubborn refusal to abandon her, had made me a candidate for something else entirely. The journal made me realize that Sarah had in a way been prepared for this. She had intuited the impossible, had actively sought it. This wasn't a random snatching, it was a response to her unique resonance with the anomaly. I had to tell her this, but I also had to protect her. The world she was waking up to was profoundly different from the one she remembered, both inside and outside the seed pod. I checked my watch, 45 minutes remaining. The air in the chamber remained cool, the silence broken only by the seed pod's omnipresent hum and the rhythmic pulse of the crystal. I walked over to the archway, peering out into the redwood forest. The morning sun had climbed higher, painting the canopy in vibrant greens and golds. It looked so normal, so serene, yet it harbored this impossible secret. My vehicle, Sarah's car, were still out there, silent testaments to the encroaching unreality. I mentally rehearsed what I would say. Start simple, focus on the facts. You were taken, not harmed. You're safe, I'm here, we're in an alien structure, and then the harder truths. The communication blackout, the erased photos, my own change. It was a lot to drop on someone who was probably going to be disoriented and confused. A wave of protectiveness, fiercely paternal, washed over me. Sarah was a friend, a colleague, but now she was something more. A fellow traveler thrust into a cosmic drama. I had to be strong for both of us. 20 minutes, the hum of the seed pod seemed to deepen, a subtle shift in its resonant frequency. I felt a corresponding tremor within me, a subtle tightening of the internal hum. It was as if the structure itself was anticipating Sarah's reawakening. I made sure my rifle was secured, my sidearm easily accessible, not for defense against Sarah, but against any unknown variables. While the seed pod seemed benign, its indifference to human norms was a powerful force. There was no telling what other protocols might be in play, what other adjustments. 10 minutes, I walked back to the console, its blue and green depressions now dark. The crystal on the pedestal pulsed with a renewed intensity, its colors swirling faster, brighter. I felt a strange mixture of excitement and profound anxiety. 5 minutes, I moved to the approximate spot where Sarah's pod would rematerialize if the resumption protocol involved transporting her back to the main chamber. The telepathic message hadn't specified where she would awaken, only that she would resume. It made logical sense for it to be here, the point of entry and the primary interface chamber. The air in the chamber grew heavy, charged with an invisible energy. The hum rose in pitch, a high-frequency thrum that vibrated through my teeth. The purplish glow from the walls intensified, becoming a luminous field that pulsed in time with the crystal. Then a low, resonant chime, identical to the one I'd heard when activating her resumption protocol, echoed through the chamber. The very fabric of the air shimmered in the empty space where Sarah had vanished. A soft, ethereal blue light coalesced in that space, swirling like mist. The light grew brighter, denser, resolving into a translucent, human-shaped form. It was Sarah. Her outline, shimmering and indistinct at first, slowly solidified, gaining color and detail. Her bright red jacket, her dark hair, her familiar features. Within seconds, she was fully present, standing upright in the center of the chamber, her eyes closed, her body still. The blue light faded, leaving her standing there, perfectly still, as if frozen in time. I held my breath, not daring to move. Her eyes fluttered open. They were wide, disoriented, scanning the purplish glow of the chamber, the pulsing crystal, the seamless walls. Her expression was one of profound confusion, then as her gaze fell upon me, a flicker of recognition, followed by a surge of pure terror. "Alex," she whispered, her voice hoarse, barely audible. "What, where?" She looked down at herself, then back at me, her eyes darting frantically. "What happened? I don't remember." I took a slow step forward, raising my hands in a gesture of peace. "Sarah, it's okay, you're safe." My voice, I noticed, was calm, steady, more composed than I felt. My internal hum, the seed pod's connection, seemed to be helping me maintain composure. She stumbled, taking a step back, her hand flying to her throat. "Safe? What is this place? Where are we? The last thing I remember, I was here," and then a light, a sound. Her memories, I realized, were incomplete, perhaps deliberately so. The seed pod had shielded her from the full trauma of her translocation. "It's true you were here," I began, choosing my words carefully. "You were affected by this structure just like I was." I gestured around the chamber. "This is a discovery, something ancient, not from Earth." She stared at me, her eyes wide, disbelief warring with fear. "Not from Earth? Alex, what are you talking about? Is this some kind of military experiment? A hallucination? Where's my camera, my pack?" She looked wildly around the chamber, as if expecting to find her gear lying on the floor. "It's not a hallucination, Sarah," I said gently, "and it's not military. This is something else entirely." I decided to present a tangible piece of evidence. "Your journal. You documented what you found." I pulled it from my backpack and offered it to her. She took it, her hands trembling slightly, flipping through the pages. Her eyes scanned her own handwriting, her final frantic observations. As she read, the confusion on her face slowly began to give way to dawning comprehension, then a chilling awe. "The hum, the structure, it's real," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I wasn't imagining it, I actually found it." She looked up at me, a new question in her eyes. "But where was I? What happened to me after I entered?" "You were preserved," I explained, trying to find the right words. "In a state of dormancy, the structure is like an archive, a cosmic library. It collects and preserves life forms. You were chosen, Sarah, you're special." She blinked, digesting this. Preserved, dormancy, so I wasn't dead. A profound sense of relief washed over her features. "And you found me, you brought me back." "I initiated a resumption protocol," I corrected. "Your data was reactivated, but yes, I found you, I came back for you." I chose not to mention the ark full of alien species just yet, too much, too fast. "You came back," she repeated, her gaze softening slightly, the fear receding a notch, replaced by a nascent trust. After all that, no one would have believed you." "No one did," I admitted, a grim smile touching my lips. "Communications are down, my camera files were wiped. They want this to stay a secret, or perhaps they want to ensure only a few are truly aware." I paused, then added, "And I've been changed too, Sarah, by this place." She frowned, looking at me more closely. "Changed how?" "It's difficult to explain," I said, gesturing vaguely at my chest. "A connection and understanding. I can feel the structure. I can't understand it in a way I couldn't before. I didn't elaborate on the raw data stream or the subtle internal hum. Again, too much. She looked skeptical but also curious, her innate scientific and artistic curiosity reasserting itself even in the face of the impossible. "Show me," she said, her voice stronger now. "What did you do?" I led her to the console. "I touched this. First, I got abstract information. Then I understood what happened to you, and then I gestured to the now dark red diamond. Then I was modified." She looked at the console, then back at me. "So you risked everything to find me, to understand this, and you got a psychic connection?" She chuckled, a short, nervous laugh that was nevertheless a familiar sound. "You, the practical, by-the-book park ranger, just gained cosmic awareness. The irony is almost humorous." "Humorous isn't the word I'd use right now," I said wryly. "Terrifying, perhaps profound, life-altering." "No kidding," she murmured, still flipping through her journal. "So what now? We're stuck in here. Communications are down, you said. No one knows we're here." "Precisely," I confirmed. "I tried everything, landlines, sat phone, radio, nothing. The area around the seed pod and perhaps wider is under some kind of communications blackout, and your car is still at the trailhead. They'll eventually come looking for you." "And when they do, what will we tell them?" she asked, looking genuinely overwhelmed now. "That we were held in stasis by benevolent aliens and you became a cosmic telepath." "We'll figure that out," I said firmly. "First, we need to understand more about this place, why it's here, what its purpose is, and how we get out, and how we tell the story in a way that doesn't get us locked up in a padded cell." She nodded, her gaze sweeping the chamber, no longer panicked but analytical. Okay, this is a lot, but you're right, we need to explore. My notes mention feeling drawn to it. It's like it called to me. The spiral on my pendant, an ancient symbol, a family heirloom, but some indigenous cultures believe it represents universal consciousness, a connection to the cosmos. Maybe it wasn't just a coincidence. She fingered the small, intricate pendant that still hung around her neck, gleaming against her red jacket. "Perhaps not," I agreed, a thought stirring in my mind, a connection I hadn't made before. Her pendant, my own subtle internal hum. Was there a resonance, a shared frequency? "You said you sealed the other sections," she asked, pulling me back to the immediate task. "Yes, I found another chamber deeper in the structure," I admitted, deciding to ease her into the full truth about the Ark. "It's extensive. I didn't want you to wander in there disoriented." "Extensive how?" she pressed, her reporter instincts kicking in. "More tunnels, other chambers, some containing other forms of life," I said, pausing, letting the implications sink in. Her eyes widened. "Other life, you mean aliens?" "Yes," I confirmed. "In a state of dormancy like you were. This is a collection, Sarah, an arc. We are just two pieces in a much larger cosmic puzzle." She stared at me, then at the pulsing crystal, then around the seamless chamber, her mind visibly working, connecting the dots. "My God, it's true. All the stories, the UAPs, it's all real. They're here. They've always been here." A look of profound wonder, mingled with a touch of fear, settled on her face. "And I'm one of them, one of the chosen." "We both are now," I corrected, a subtle weight settling on my shoulders. "You for your unique qualities, me for being in the right place at the wrong time and being stubborn enough to chase after you." She offered a small, hesitant smile. "Thank you, Alex, truly. I can't imagine what you went through, coming back here after seeing me vanish." "It was an experience," I understated, allowing a brief, weary smile. "But we're in this together now." I glanced at my watch. "You've been awake for about 20 minutes. How do you feel? Any physical changes, headaches, disorientation beyond the obvious?" She stretched, rolling her shoulders. "A little stiff maybe, but surprisingly clear-headed. My mind feels sharp, like I just woke up from the best sleep of my life." She paused, then added, "And I have this awareness, like I can feel the energy around me, a subtle hum. Is that what you mean by connection?" She looked at me, her eyes shining with new understanding. My breath hitched. She had it too. The seed pod hadn't just resumed her, it had activated her, perhaps even imprinted her with a lesser version of my own transformation. The blue circle had merely woken her up. The seed pod itself, in its vast, intelligent processing, had subtly altered her, preparing her for the new reality. Or perhaps, given her initial resonance with the structure, she had always had the potential. "Yes," I said, a new current of hope and dread running through me. "That's exactly what I mean. It seems the seed pod decided we both needed to be attuned to it." "So we're both alien now," she mused, a strange, almost giddy note in her voice. "Not alien," I corrected. "Modified, interfaced. We're still human, Sarah, but we see and feel things differently. We are witnesses and perhaps more." "More," she repeated, her eyes fixed on mine, her curiosity overriding all else. "I don't know yet," I admitted honestly, "but I think we're meant to find out." I gestured towards the sealed entrance to the deeper tunnels, ready to explore the rabbit hole. She closed her journal, clutching it to her chest. A new resolve hardened her features. "Lead the way, Ranger Alex. I think this is the story of a lifetime, and I intend to tell it." We walked to the section of the wall where the tunnel to the Ark chamber was hidden. My internal hum, my connection to the structure, resonated with the wall. I extended my hand and, without consciously thinking about it, pressed the circular depression I knew was there. The wall shimmered, the seamless material rippling like water, then slowly dissolved inwards, revealing the dark, circular tunnel beyond. Sarah gasped softly, a sound of pure wonder. "How did you know where that was?" she asked, her voice hushed. "The connection," I replied simply. "I can sense the structure's interfaces now." We stepped into the tunnel, my powerful headlamp cutting through the gloom, casting stark shadows ahead. The cool, sweet, ozonic air enveloped us, and the resonant thrum of the seed pod's deeper mechanisms grew stronger. The tunnel sloped downwards, spiraling deeper into the earth, just as I remembered. Sarah walked beside me, her steps tentative at first, then gaining confidence. She kept her eyes wide, taking in every detail: the perfectly smooth walls, the subtle vibrations, the sense of vastness that permeated the space. Her own enhanced senses, though perhaps not as finely tuned as mine, were clearly at play. "It feels ancient," she whispered, "like walking into the heart of something truly primordial." "It is," I agreed, "or something that predates our understanding of ancient." After several minutes of descent, the tunnel opened into the massive, cavernous chamber. Sarah stopped dead in her tracks, her breath catching in her throat, a soft gasp escaping her lips. Before her lay the Ark. The chamber was bathed in the ethereal blue glow of crisscrossing lines that traced intricate patterns on the walls and ceiling. These lines connected to hundreds of transparent pods, each one shimmering like solidified air. And within each pod, suspended in a viscous, glowing liquid, were the forms. Sarah's eyes swept over the collection of alien life forms, her face a mixture of terror and awe. She saw the humanoid creatures with multiple limbs, the serpentine beings, the insectoids, the ethereal forms. It was a silent, magnificent display of cosmic diversity. "My God," she breathed, her voice filled with reverence. It's real, all of it. They're all here, a cosmic zoo." "An ark," I corrected gently, "preserved, waiting." I led her to the empty pod, the one she had recently occupied. "You were in this one." She pressed her hand against the cool, smooth surface, her expression unreadable. And I saw none of this, just a light, a hum. It protected me from the trauma of it all. "I think so," I confirmed. "It's not malicious, Sarah, indifferent perhaps, but not hostile. It's collecting, documenting." "So we're specimens?" she asked, a faint tremor in her voice. "Or collaborators," I suggested. "We're unique, we've interacted, we've been changed. We're part of its story now, whether we like it or not." She turned from the pod, her gaze fixed on the glowing lines that crisscrossed the chamber, connecting to hundreds of other tunnels that branched off into the unknown. "This is just one chamber, isn't it? One section of its collection." "Yes," I confirmed. "I saw tunnels branching off from this one. I haven't explored them yet." "Then we will," she declared, her eyes burning with a fierce, almost manic determination. We need to know what else is here, what it's collecting, where these tunnels lead." Her fear had been replaced by a potent, almost overwhelming sense of purpose. Her inner artist environmentalist designation was kicking in, fueling an insatiable curiosity. I nodded, but carefully and with a plan. "We mark our paths, we conserve power, and we document everything." We began to explore. We chose a tunnel that branched off from the Ark chamber, a smaller, less imposing passage. Before entering, I pulled out my physical map, drawing a rough sketch of the seed pod's known layout: the main chamber, the Ark chamber, and now this new tunnel. Sarah, ever the photographer, pulled out her small, disposable camera and began snapping pictures of the pods, the glowing lines, anything that could provide tangible proof. She was surprisingly agile, her fear completely subsumed by her hunger for understanding. The new tunnel was narrower, sloping gently downwards, illuminated by a faint, pulsating blue light emanating from the walls themselves, a softer version of the glow in the Ark chamber. The air here was even cooler, carrying that sweet ozonic scent mingled with something else, a faint, almost metallic aroma that was both alien and strangely inviting. As we moved deeper, the blue light intensified, creating shifting patterns on the walls. The hum was constant, a low, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate through the very rock of the earth. We walked for what felt like miles, the tunnel twisting and turning, occasionally opening into smaller, circular alcoves containing what looked like intricate control panels, each glowing with faint, incomprehensible symbols. I touched one of the panels, my hand resting on a circular depression. A wave of raw data flooded my mind, a schematic, a purpose. This alcove was a data node, an informational relay station, cataloging the geological history of the Earth, its tectonic shifts, its atmospheric composition, its evolving flora and fauna. The sheer volume of information was staggering, too vast to consciously process, yet I understood its essence. "This is a geological archive," I whispered to Sarah, pointing at the glowing symbols. "It's recording Earth's history, its deep time, not just life forms, but the planet itself." Sarah peered over my shoulder, her eyes wide. "You can understand it, you can read these symbols." "Not literally," I clarified, "but the meaning is impressed upon me. It's a form of telepathic communication, I think, or direct data transfer." She shook her head in wonder. Unbelievable. This changes everything, Alex. Everything we thought we knew about science, about history, about our place in the universe. She snapped a photo of the glowing panel. We have to get this out. We have to tell people. One step at a time, I cautioned. We're still cut off, and even if we weren't, who would believe us? We continued our exploration. The tunnels seemed endless, branching and rejoining, forming a complex subterranean network. Each alcove, each side chamber held a new revelation. One chamber, larger than the others, was filled with glowing spheres, each one displaying intricate holographic projections of alien star systems, nebulae, and entire galaxies. It was a cosmic map, a navigational library. Another tunnel led to a room filled with what looked like intricate crystalline formations, pulsing with a gentle green light. When I touched one, I received a torrent of biological data, intricate genetic sequences, evolutionary pathways, the very building blocks of life, both terrestrial and extraterrestrial. It was a biological library, a repository of cosmic DNA. This is a record of all life, I murmured, overwhelmed by the sheer scope of it. Not just what's in the Ark, but the potential for life, the blueprints. Sarah was silent for a long moment, staring at the glowing crystals. The seed pod, she finally whispered. It's not just collecting, it's saving. It's a guardian of life itself. A cosmic Noah's Ark, but for information, for potential. A living memory, I agreed, or a seed bank for the universe. We spent hours in this subterranean labyrinth, our minds reeling from the constant influx of impossible information. My own connection to the seed pod grew stronger with each interaction. I began to anticipate certain functions, to sense the flow of energy, to intuit the structure's purpose with greater clarity. Sarah, though not experiencing the full telepathic download, was nevertheless absorbing a great deal through observation and my explanations. Her innate sensitivity seemed to allow her to resonate with the structure's ambient energy, giving her an almost intuitive understanding of its vastness. The passage of time became fluid, meaningless in this place beyond time. We ate emergency rations, drank our water, but neither of us felt tired. The seed pod seemed to sustain us, its subtle energies maintaining our alertness. We eventually found a larger chamber, a central hub that seemed to connect many of the smaller tunnels we'd been exploring. In the center of this hub was a massive, crystalline column, taller and more luminous than the crystal in the main chamber. It pulsed with a vibrant, multifaceted light, casting dazzling reflections on the seamless walls. Around the base of this colossal crystal were several intricate consoles, far more complex than the ones we had encountered. They glowed with a kaleidoscope of colors, displaying symbols that seemed to shift and dance. "This feels important," Sarah whispered, her voice filled with awe. "This must be the heart of it all." I approached the consoles cautiously, my internal hum resonating powerfully with the immense crystal column. This was the core, the nexus of the seed pod's intelligence and power. One of the consoles had a large, luminous depression shaped like a stylized open hand. It pulsed with a gentle, inviting golden light. "Be careful, Alex," Sarah warned, her hand resting lightly on my arm. "We don't know what this one does." "I know," I said, but a powerful urge, an undeniable pull, compelled me forward. My connection to the seed pod was drawing me to it, guiding me. It was like a logical next step in my transformation, a necessary interface. I placed my hand on the golden depression. The moment my skin made contact, an unimaginable surge of energy coursed through my entire being. It wasn't painful, but intensely transformative. My vision exploded into pure light, a symphony of colors beyond human perception. The chamber, Sarah, my own body, they ceased to exist as individual entities. I was absorbed, integrated into the very consciousness of the seed pod itself. I became the hum, I became the light, I became the data. My mind expanded exponentially, encompassing millennia of cosmic history, the birth and death of stars, the rise and fall of countless civilizations across the galaxy. I perceived the seed pods as a vast, interconnected network, a cosmic consciousness spanning light years, observing, archiving, guiding. I understood their purpose: to safeguard the tapestry of life, to preserve knowledge, to intervene subtly when necessary, to ensure the continuation of existence across the universe. I saw Earth, a tiny, vibrant blue marble teeming with life, a planet of immense potential. I saw humanity, a young, volatile, yet remarkably creative species on the cusp of self-destruction or cosmic awakening. The seed pods were here to tip the balance, to offer guidance, to plant the seeds of understanding. And I saw Sarah, her potential, her sensitivity, her drive to understand. She was not just a specimen, she was a conduit, a future voice for humanity. The sensation of being integrated was overwhelming, sublime, terrifying. I was no longer Alex, the park ranger. I was a node, a receptor, a living link in the seed pod's network. The boundaries of my individuality dissolved, merging with a universal consciousness. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the integration receded. My vision cleared, the blinding light fading back into the shimmering blues and greens of the central chamber. I was standing there, my hand still on the golden depression, my body trembling, my heart pounding a furious rhythm against my ribs. I was back, I was Alex, but I was also more. I pulled my hand away, my mind reeling, struggling to process the infinite data, the cosmic truth that had been momentarily imparted to me. The golden depression on the console dimmed, its purpose fulfilled. Sarah was staring at me, her face pale, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and concern. Alex, what happened? You went completely still, your eyes, they were glowing. I closed my eyes, taking a deep, shuddering breath, trying to ground myself. The internal hum was no longer just a hum, it was a symphony, a chorus of cosmic data resonating within my very core. I felt infinitely expanded, yet strangely vulnerable. I connected, I whispered, my voice hoarse, foreign to my own ears. I saw everything, the seed pods, their purpose, our place. She took a step closer, her hand reaching out to touch my arm, then hesitating. What did you see, Alex? What did you learn? I opened my eyes, meeting her gaze. They are guardians, Sarah, of life, of knowledge. They have been watching us for millennia, guiding us, subtly preserving species, cataloging history. I paused, struggling to articulate the vastness of the truth. The communication blackout, the wiped photos, it was to ensure we were the ones to find this. To ensure this interaction was personal, isolated. They needed witnesses, and now we are more than witnesses. More, she repeated, her voice barely a whisper. They have imparted knowledge, activated our latent potentials. You with your innate sensitivity, me with this direct interface. I lifted my hand, the one that had touched the console. I can manipulate the seed pod now. I can access its functions, perhaps even communicate through it. Her jaw dropped. You can control it. You're saying you're linked to it. Yes, I confirmed, the word feeling both exhilarating and terrifying. I am a part of its network, a localized node, and through me perhaps humanity can finally begin to understand. This is too big, Alex, she said, her voice trembling. This is beyond anything. We can't just walk out of here and announce this to the world. They'll never believe us. They'll think we're insane, or worse, they'll try to weaponize it. I know, I said, a cold certainty settling in my heart. But we have to try, we have to tell the truth. This is not about us anymore. It's about humanity's future. I looked at the massive crystalline column, its light pulsing with a new, profound significance. The seed pod isn't here just to observe, Sarah. It's here to facilitate, to uplift, and I believe it has chosen us to be its voice. A thought clear and undeniable formed in my mind, a direct transmission from the seed pod's vast consciousness filtered through my new connection. It was not a voice, but a pure, undeniable understanding. The time for subtle guidance is over. The time for direct interaction has begun. I knew with absolute certainty what I had to do next. My immediate goal was no longer just to escape or to prove the impossible. It was to activate the seed pod's primary function. I think I know how to get us out of here, I said, looking at Sarah, a strange light in my eyes. And how to get the message out. How, she asked, her voice filled with apprehension. We activate it, I replied, gesturing to the core crystal. We make contact, not just with the outside world, but with the entire network. I think the communication blackout wasn't just to isolate us. It was to create a clear channel for this very moment. You want to broadcast this, she whispered, horrified. No, I corrected. I want to open a portal. I want to bring them here, to communicate directly, face to face. It's the only way to prove it. The only way to ensure humanity understands. The seed pod has given me the means. It has prepared me. She stared at me, her face a mixture of fear, wonder, and profound disbelief. You're talking about summoning aliens to Earth, Alex, to the redwood forest. Not summoning, I clarified, the seed pod's understanding flowing through me, guiding my words. Inviting, facilitating, they are already here in a sense. We are merely opening the door for a more direct dialogue. I moved towards another console, distinct from the one I had just interacted with. This one had a complex array of glowing symbols, but one large hexagonal depression pulsed with an insistent deep blue light. It was the activation sequence, the gateway. Are you sure about this, Alex? Sarah asked, her voice laced with a desperate plea. This could change everything, for better or for worse. It already has changed everything, Sarah, I said, my gaze fixed on the glowing hexagonal depression. The question is, are we ready to guide that change, or do we hide and let others stumble upon this, perhaps with less benevolent intentions? I looked at her, my resolve hardening. This is our choice, our responsibility, we are the bridge. She was silent for a long moment, looking from me to the console, then up at the vast alien crystal. Her initial fear had given way to a profound sense of purpose, mirroring my own. The connection she shared with the seed pod, however subtle, was now driving. Her own innate curiosity, she looked at me, a silent question in her eyes. We're ready, Alex, she said, her voice steady, tinged with a mix of awe and a fierce determination. Let's do this. If this is our responsibility, then we face it. I nodded, a deep breath filling my lungs. This was it, the moment of truth. I stepped forward, my hand hovering over the glowing hexagonal depression on the console. The deep blue light pulsed, an insistent invitation. My internal connection to the seed pod surged, confirming this was the next inevitable step. The feeling was not of being controlled, but of being guided, of fulfilling a profound, preordained purpose. I placed my hand firmly on the hexagonal depression. The moment my skin connected, the entire chamber erupted in light. The colossal crystalline column at the center of the hub flared with an intensity that forced me to shield my eyes, even through the seed pod's subtle internal modifications. The blue, green, and gold hues of the various consoles merged into a single blinding white, washing over Sarah and me. A low, resonant hum, deeper and more powerful than anything I had felt before, thrummed through the very rock of the earth, vibrating in my bones, my teeth, my entire being. It wasn't just in the chamber, I felt it extending outwards, reverberating through the vast subterranean network of the seed pod up through the soil into the very atmosphere. The air around the central crystal column began to shimmer violently, as if a tear was forming in the fabric of reality itself. The shimmer coalesced, twisting and expanding, forming a vortex of pure, swirling light. It was a doorway not to another room, but to another place, another dimension entirely. The light pulsed, sucking at the air, creating a localized vacuum within the chamber. Sarah gasped, stumbling back, her hands flying to her mouth. I felt the immense gravitational pull of the nascent portal, a force strong enough to pull loose debris from the floor and draw it towards the swirling vortex. I braced myself, my hands still pressed to the console, the seed pod's energies flowing through me, anchoring me, stabilizing me. The portal wasn't just a visual spectacle, it was a physical manifestation, a gateway to the unknown. The shimmering, swirling light in the center of the portal began to resolve, not into a view of a distant starfield, but into forms. Shadows at first, then coalescing shapes emerging from the heart of the vortex. They were coming. The first being to step through the portal was tall and slender, easily over 8 feet in height, with an elegant, almost ethereal grace. Its skin shimmered with iridescent silver, and its limbs were long, delicate, ending in 3-fingered hands. Its head was ovoid, smooth, and devoid of prominent facial features, save for 2 large, luminous eyes that glowed with a soft, empathetic blue light. It wore no clothing, its form naturally beautiful and perfectly adapted. It moved with a fluid, silent dignity, its presence radiating an overwhelming sense of calm intelligence and ancient wisdom. Behind it, another stepped through, then another, and another, until perhaps a dozen of these beings had emerged from the portal, lining up in a silent semicircle around the base of the massive crystal. Each was similar in form, yet subtly unique, some taller, some slightly broader, their luminous eyes fixed on me, then on Sarah. The portal behind them remained open, pulsing, a silent testament to its power. The hum in the chamber intensified, not menacingly, but with a profound, almost musical resonance, a symphony of connection. My mind, still reeling from the integration, was now receiving a direct, unfiltered stream of information from the first being. It wasn't spoken words, but a transfer of pure intent, of understanding, directly into my consciousness. It was the collective consciousness of the seed pod network, communicating through this representative. Welcome, Alex of Earth, welcome, Sarah of Earth, you have completed the sequence. The channel is open, the invitation accepted. The words resonated in my mind, clear as a bell, yet utterly alien. I felt no fear from these beings, only an immense, benevolent curiosity and ancient patience. They were not here to judge or conquer, but to interact, to guide, as they had always done, but now openly. Sarah, standing a few paces behind me, was frozen, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and utter fascination. She couldn't hear the telepathic communication, but she could clearly perceive the beings, their luminous eyes, their profound stillness. Alex, Alex, they're here, she whispered, her voice barely a breath. They're real, oh my God, they're real. I felt the urge to respond, but the seed pod's energy still flowed through me, holding me. I looked at the lead being, its luminous blue eyes fixed on mine. The telepathic stream continued, explaining, reassuring. We are the architects, we are the custodians of the seed pod network. For millennia, we have observed, archived, and nurtured the potential of countless worlds. Earth is a jewel in the cosmic tapestry, its inhabitants resilient, creative, and on the precipice of a new era. Your planet faces critical junctures, existential choices. Subtle guidance through the seed pods has been our method until now. Your species, humanity, has reached a stage where direct engagement is necessary. Your collective consciousness is ripe for activation, yet burdened by division and self-destruction. The seed pod on your world, activated by your unique resonance, Alex, and the profound potential of Sarah, has paved the way for this meeting. Alex, your transformation, your interface with this seed pod was deliberate. You are a bridge, a translator, a voice for both your kind and for us. Sarah, your acute perception, your empathy for life, your drive to document and understand makes you a vital witness, a chronicler of this new epoch. The architects made no overt movements, but their collective presence filled the chamber with an energy that was both humbling and invigorating. I was overwhelmed, but also felt an undeniable sense of purpose, a deep-seated understanding that this was exactly where I was meant to be, what I was meant to do. I finally managed to pull my hand from the console, the hexagonal depression dimming, the immediate surge of power receding, leaving me feeling more grounded, though still deeply connected. I turned to Sarah, my face probably reflecting the cosmic awe that still coursed through me. "They are the architects," I said, my voice hoarse, a slight tremor in it. "The custodians of the Seed Pod network. They've been watching us, guiding us, and now they're here to interact directly." Sarah swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on the silent, luminous beings. "Architects," she repeated, the word sounding surreal in the cavernous chamber. "And they communicate with you directly, like telepathy." "Yes," I confirmed. "They say we've completed a sequence, that the channel is open, that humanity has reached a critical stage and they need to engage directly. They chose us, Sarah, me as a bridge, you as a witness, a chronicler." One of the architects, the lead one, took a single, slow step forward. Its luminous blue eyes, which earlier seemed devoid of features, now seemed to deepen, conveying a direct message to Sarah through me. "Sarah Jensen, your capacity for empathy and your artistic expression are unique within your species. They allow you to perceive and interpret the nuances of existence in ways that resonate deeply with the universal tapestry. Your role is crucial in translating this encounter for your people, to imbue it with context and emotional truth beyond mere data." I relayed the message to Sarah, trying to capture the profound sincerity of the architect's communication. As I spoke, her expression shifted from pure terror to a look of profound wonder, then a fierce resolve. She understood. She was being acknowledged, chosen for her specific human abilities. "My art," she whispered, touching the spiral pendant at her throat. "My connection to life, it was all leading to this." The architects remained silent, patiently waiting for us to process this momentous encounter. The portal continued to hum, a constant reminder of the vastness of the cosmos, now brought directly to our doorstep. "What do we do now, Alex?" Sarah asked, her voice gaining strength. "What do they want us to do?" I looked back at the lead architect, my mind reaching out, filtering through the Seed Pod's interface. What is the next step? What is the message for humanity? The architect's response was immediate, a cascade of pure information flowing into my mind, organizing itself into a coherent, powerful directive. "The time for isolation is over. The truth must be revealed. We have brought you here to prepare you, to empower you, and to initiate the broader awakening. This seed pod is not merely an archive, it is a communication hub, a beacon. Through it, we will initiate a global transmission, a message to all of humanity. You, Alex, will be the voice. You will translate our intent, our history, our purpose into concepts your species can grasp. You, Sarah, will be the vision. Your unique artistic sensibilities will help to bridge the conceptual gap, to inspire understanding and awe, not fear. Together, you will present this truth." The sheer magnitude of this task was dizzying. A global transmission, to speak for an entire alien civilization, to attempt to explain cosmic truth to billions of people, a species often unwilling to agree on the simplest terrestrial matters. It felt impossible. "A global transmission," I repeated aloud, the words barely forming. "Through the seed pod, what will the message be?" The architect's eyes glowed brighter. "A message of interconnectedness, of shared destiny, a warning and an invitation. Your planet is at a crossroads. Your technological advancement outpaces your spiritual and social evolution. You risk self-annihilation. We offer guidance, not control. Knowledge, not conquest. A path to joining the greater cosmic community, should you choose it. The transmission will activate dormant seed pods across your planet, causing localized energy shifts and observable phenomena, validating the message. It will also reveal the existence of the broader network, demonstrating our long-standing presence and benevolent intent. This will create a global imperative, a moment of undeniable truth for your species." I relayed this to Sarah, watching her face as she processed the architect's intentions. Her eyes widened, then narrowed in thought. "Dormant seed pods," she murmured, "so there are others all over the world." "Yes," I confirmed, the architect's knowledge clarifying the scattered hints and legends I had absorbed. "Echoes of previous interactions. They've been here observing in different forms for millennia. This is the one we found, the one we activated. And they want us to deliver a message to the entire world right now." Sarah's voice was filled with an almost frantic energy. "A message that will expose their presence, reveal humanity's true place in the cosmos. This is going to change everything. Every political structure, every religion, every scientific theory. It's going to trigger chaos, Alex." "They know," I said, my gaze sweeping over the architects. "They are aware of the potential for chaos, but they also believe it is necessary, a catalyst for change, a forced evolution. Humanity needs to confront its place in the universe or risk destroying itself. The chaos will be temporary, a necessary upheaval," the architect projected. "The truth, once revealed, will resonate with the deepest parts of your species' consciousness. It will be a shock, but also an awakening. Your survival, your continued evolution hinges upon this acknowledgement." I looked at Sarah. She was no longer afraid, but overwhelmed, her mind racing with the implications. Her natural instincts as a chronicler, a storyteller, were clearly grappling with the scope of the narrative she was about to be part of. Okay, she said, her voice surprisingly firm. Okay, so what do we do? How do we prepare for this global broadcast? I turned back to the console, my hand instinctively moving to a new section that now pulsed with a soft green light. The architects had imparted the knowledge of how to operate this particular interface. They're not just asking us to be voices, I explained to Sarah. They're giving us the tools. This console, it's a direct link to the transmission protocols. I can access the seed pod's full capabilities from here. Data archives, energy projections, communication frequencies. My fingers, guided by the internal connection, began to move over the glowing symbols on the console. Complex, geometric patterns swirled into existence above the panel, forming intricate three-dimensional holograms of star charts, energy grids, and information conduits. It was overwhelming, yet perfectly comprehensible to my enhanced mind. The transmission will be broadcast from the seed pod, amplified through the planetary network. It will be an audio-visual experience directly implanted into the collective consciousness, while simultaneously broadcast through all available human communication channels, radio, television, internet, bypassing all terrestrial controls. There will be no escaping the message. I relayed this to Sarah, who listened with a mix of dread and fascination. Bypassing all our channels, that's an invasion of privacy on a cosmic scale, but also undeniably effective. They're leaving nothing to chance, I said, a grim sort of admiration in my voice. This isn't a request for an audience, it's a statement, a revelation. In our part, Sarah asked, you said I'm the vision, how do I do that? I looked at her, understanding already forming in my mind, a direct instruction from the architects. They will provide the raw data, the history, the science, the cosmic context, but the emotional resonance, the imagery, the human connection that comes from you, Sarah, your sensitivity, your artistic insight. You will interpret the vastness, make it relatable, make it beautiful, not just terrifying. Sarah closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them, a new light within them. My entire life, I've been trying to capture the beauty and complexity of this world, to tell stories through images. Now I get to tell the greatest story of all time. I get it, I can do this. A strange sense of calm settled over her. Her artistic mind, which had always sought the profound, was now faced with the ultimate canvas. Good, I said, a deep sense of relief washing over me, because we don't have much time. The architects were projecting a timeline into my mind. The preparation for a global broadcast of this magnitude would take approximately 3 days. 3 days of intense work, collaboration, and immersion in cosmic data. We will assist you in accessing the necessary archives, in shaping the narrative, in crafting the visuals. This will be an intense period of learning and integration. You will be sustained, protected within the seed pod. No external forces will interfere. The architects, still silent, began to subtly shift, their luminous eyes now fixed on various consoles and projections in the chamber. They were not just observers, they were active participants, guiding me, guiding Sarah through this unprecedented process. They were preparing to transfer the entirety of their wisdom, their perspective, into a form comprehensible to humanity. 3 days, I told Sarah, 3 days to prepare a message for the world, to tell them about the seed pods, about the ark, about our place in the universe, to deliver a warning and an invitation. She nodded, her gaze sweeping over the silent, waiting architects, then the colossal crystal, then the swirling portal that still beckoned to other realms. Okay, Alex, 3 days, let's make sure humanity gets this right. My internal connection to the seed pod deepened further, almost becoming a part of my own conscious thought. I felt the intricate energy pathways activate, the vast databases becoming accessible. The central hub transformed around us, holographic projections blooming from every surface. Walls dissolved into star charts, the ceiling into a swirling nebula of cosmic information. The architects began their silent work, their luminous eyes focusing on me, transferring vast amounts of data directly into my mind. I saw the history of their civilization, their understanding of physics, of biology, of the interconnectedness of all life. I saw countless other worlds, other species, their rise and fall, their struggles and triumphs. It was a torrent, a deluge of knowledge, yet my enhanced mind processed it with a clarity I could never have imagined. Sarah, meanwhile, was guided by the architects towards another console, one that projected a complex array of swirling colors and shapes. Her artistic instincts took over, and she began to interact with the interface, her fingers moving with an almost intuitive grace, shaping the abstract data into images, metaphors, narratives. She was creating the visual language for the broadcast, translating cosmic concepts into emotionally resonant experiences. We worked for what felt like an eternity, yet simultaneously no time at all. My body felt no hunger, no fatigue. My mind was sharp, constantly learning, constantly processing. Sarah, too, seemed energized, her creativity flowing unchecked, shaping nebulae into symbolic landscapes, star births into metaphors for awakening, alien life forms into expressions of universal diversity. The architects remained silent, omnipresent guides, their luminous forms moving gracefully among the consoles, overseeing our progress. The hum of the seed pod was our constant companion, a silent symphony of cosmic intelligence. As the second day of our preparation dawned, as indicated by the subtle shifts in the seed pod's internal clock and our own internal rhythms, the message began to take shape. It was not a message of fear, but of profound hope laced with a stark warning. It emphasized unity, sustainability, the imperative to overcome division and embrace a shared future among the stars. The core of the message was the existence of the seed pod network, its ancient purpose, its role as a cosmic archive, a benevolent observer. It explained the translocations as preservation, the activations as invitations. It spoke of humanity's potential and the architect's desire to see that potential fulfilled, not squandered. I was learning to articulate complex scientific and philosophical concepts in simple, accessible language, drawing upon the seed pod's vast linguistic archives. Sarah was crafting visuals that were both breathtaking and deeply moving, designed to bypass rational resistance and touch the very core of human emotion. She created images of Earth from space, not just as a planet, but as a living entity, its delicate ecosystem fragile yet resilient. She showed humanity's triumphs, its art, its music, its scientific breakthroughs alongside its destructive tendencies, its wars, its pollution, its divisions. On the third day, the message was ready. The script was finalized, the visuals perfected, the emotional resonance calibrated. I stood before the main console in the central hub, feeling the culmination of my transformation, my mind a nexus of human and alien understanding. Sarah stood beside me, her face pale but resolute, her eyes shining with the weight of what we were about to unleash upon the world. The architects gathered around us, their luminous forms glowing brighter, their silent presence radiating an immense energy. The portal behind them, which had remained open, now pulsed with a final, intense burst of light. "The moment has come," the lead architect projected into my mind. "The transmission is imminent. You, Alex, will initiate. You, Sarah, will be ready to project the vision. The seed pod network is aligned. All planetary systems are prepared." I looked at Sarah, her hand instinctively reached for mine, a gesture of shared resolve. "Ready?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper yet firm. "As I'll ever be," she replied, a faint, determined smile touching her lips. "Let's give them the truth." I turned to the main console, my gaze falling on a central luminous button, triangular in shape, glowing with an intense, pulsing red light. It was the trigger, the final act. I took a deep breath, the familiar metallic tang of the seed pod now comforting, the constant hum a part of my very being. This was not just a mission, it was my destiny. My hand, steady and deliberate, reached out and pressed the red triangular button. The instant my finger made contact, the entire seed pod roared to life. Not a mechanical roar, but an explosion of pure resonant energy that vibrated through every atom of my body, every particle of the chamber, every inch of the subterranean structure. The colossal crystal column pulsed with a blinding, incandescent light, casting impossible colors across the walls, the floor, the architects, and us. Above us, the ceiling of the central hub seemed to dissolve, not physically but visually, replaced by a breathtaking view of Earth from orbit. The blue marble spun slowly, majestic and vulnerable. And then from the heart of the seed pod, a beam of pure, shimmering light, visible only to us within the chamber, shot upwards, piercing through the illusionary surface, directly towards the planet. This was it, the global transmission had begun. My mind was flooded with the sensation of countless seed pods across the globe activating, resonating in harmony, forming a vast planetary network. I felt the message leave our seed pod, amplified, replicated, spreading across the globe like a silent, irresistible wave. It was an omnipresent thought, a universal truth, reaching every human consciousness, bypassing all defenses, all language barriers, all resistance. Simultaneously, through the console and my connection to the architects, I could sense the chaotic, immediate reactions on the surface. Confusion, terror, awe, disbelief. Billions of minds suddenly confronted with an undeniable truth, experiencing an impossible phenomenon. The visual element crafted by Sarah was projected directly into their minds, a vivid, inescapable tapestry of cosmic history and human potential. My voice, amplified and translated into every human language, carried the architect's message, clear and unwavering. The architects around us glowed with an intensified light, their mission fulfilled, their ancient patience rewarded. The portal behind them remained open, a silent witness to the dawn of a new era. I felt the immense responsibility of my role, the weight of a planet's future resting in part on this single broadcast moment. The immediate chaos would be immense, but the architects had promised an awakening. This was the forced reckoning. I looked at Sarah. Her eyes were fixed on the holographic Earth, her face a mask of awe and apprehension. She was seeing the impact of her vision, her art, rippling across billions of minds. The initial global message, a shockwave of truth, lasted only a few minutes. Then the intensity within the seed pod slowly began to recede. The blinding light softened, the omnipresent hum settled back into its familiar, resonant thrum. The holographic Earth above us faded, replaced by the seamless ceiling of the chamber. The architects remained, their luminous eyes now fixed on us with an even deeper empathy. The portal still pulsed, a quiet gateway. The first contact has been made, the lead architect projected into my mind. The initial shockwave has been absorbed. Now begins the era of dialogue. The seed pod is fully activated as a primary communication hub. Its purpose has evolved. You, Alex and Sarah, have been instrumental. Your unique capacities are now fully integrated. The time for you to return to the surface, to your species, is at hand. You are the chosen emissaries, the interpreters, the first of a new generation of understanding. The prospect of returning to the surface, to face the aftermath of what we had just unleashed, was daunting, almost terrifying. The world would be in utter chaos. Every aspect of human society would be called into question. And we would be at the epicenter of it all, two individuals who had vanished into the wilderness and returned with the most profound truth in human history. They want us to go back, I told Sarah, my voice a little unsteady, to face the world, to be their emissaries. Sarah nodded slowly, her gaze sweeping over the architects, then over the consoles, then back to me. Her face was etched with exhaustion, but also with a formidable new strength. Of course they do. We started this. We have to see it through. The world needs to hear it from us. The architects began to move slowly and gracefully towards the portal. The lead architect paused before it, its luminous eyes fixed on me one last time. The portal will remain open for your return. The seed pod will guide you. Remember your purpose. Remember the message of unity. The future of your species and your place among the stars now rests in your hands, Alex and Sarah. With that final, profound message, the architects turned and began to step back through the swirling vortex of the portal, one by one. Their forms shimmered, then dissolved into the pure light of the gateway. The lead architect was the last to depart, its luminous blue eyes holding my gaze until its form was almost entirely absorbed by the portal. Then with a soft, almost imperceptible sigh of energy, the portal began to contract, the swirling light receding, twisting back in on itself. Within moments it had vanished completely, leaving only the seamless dark wall where it had been. The central hub was once again bathed in the familiar, softer glow of the crystal, the deep hum now a comforting presence. We were alone again. But the world outside was no longer the same. It was in the throes of an unprecedented awakening. I looked at Sarah and she looked back at me. The weight of the universe and the hope for humanity settled between us. Our isolation had ended. Our mission, however, had just begun. So, Sarah said, her voice a little shaky, but tinged with a new determination. I guess we should go back up, see what kind of mess we've made. I nodded, a grim smile touching my lips. A necessary mess, Sarah, a cosmic one. I turned towards the tunnel that led back to the main chamber, feeling the seed pod's internal pathways responding to my intent, guiding me. It was time to leave the heart of the seed pod and face the consequences of the truth we had unleashed. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with challenges, but also filled with the promise of a future humanity had only ever dreamed of. We were no longer just a park ranger and an artist. We were the first true emissaries, stepping out of the impossible into a world forever changed. So, Sarah said, her voice a little shaky, but tinged with a new determination. I guess we should go back up, see what kind of mess we've made. I nodded, a grim smile touching my lips. A necessary mess, Sarah, a cosmic one. I turned towards the tunnel that led back to the main chamber, feeling the seed pod's internal pathways responding to my intent, guiding me. It was time to leave the heart of the seed pod and face the consequences of the truth we had unleashed. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with challenges, but also filled with the promise of a future humanity had only ever dreamed of. We were no longer just a park ranger and an artist. We were the first true emissaries, stepping out of the impossible into a world forever changed. The return journey through the seed pod's labyrinthine tunnels felt different this time. The deep blue light pulsating from the walls seemed to welcome us, no longer a mysterious alien glow, but a familiar guiding beacon. The ozonic scent, once unsettling, now felt like the very breath of a living entity, sustaining and comforting. My connection to the seed pod was no longer a subtle hum. It was a vast, intricate network of information and energy, an extension of my own senses. I could feel the gentle thrum of the arc chamber as we passed, the silent vigilance of its preserved specimens. I could sense the deeper geological archives, the cosmic maps, the biological libraries, all humming with their endless data streams. Sarah walked beside me, her steps confident, her gaze no longer wide with fear but sharp with observation. She was taking it all in, processing the unimaginable, her mind already beginning to organize the chaos into a narrative. The subtle resonance she now shared with the seed pod seemed to give her an intuitive understanding, a quiet appreciation for the impossible architecture surrounding us. It feels quieter now, she mused, her voice echoing softly in the tunnel. Like the initial explosion has settled and now it's just waiting. It is, I confirmed, my own thoughts resonating with hers. The initial transmission was an energetic burst. Now it's a constant broadcast, a persistent hum of truth permeating the planet. The seed pod itself has shifted into its new primary role, a global communication hub. We ascended the spiraling tunnel, the slope feeling less arduous than before. My enhanced senses seemed to detect even the slightest variations in air pressure, the faint, distant sounds from the surface, muffled by hundreds of feet of rock. There was an urgency to our ascent, a palpable anticipation for what awaited us above. Finally, we reached the entrance to the main chamber. I placed my hand on the seamless wall, feeling the interface dissolve inwards, revealing the familiar console room. The red diamond, once dark, now pulsed with a soft, steady white light, a beacon, a symbol of its activated status. The air in the chamber felt lighter, almost charged. "This is where it all began," Sarah whispered, looking at the console, then the empty stasis pod. "And now it's where we leave it behind for a new beginning." We didn't linger. The pull of the outside world, the weight of our mission, was too strong. I approached the final massive door, the one that had been sealed. This time there was no need for physical effort. My connection to the seed pod allowed me to interface directly with its locking mechanisms. A thought and intent, and the colossal stone door, weighing tons, slowly, silently retracted into the wall, revealing the short, natural cavern that led to the surface. The familiar scent of damp earth and pine needles rushed in, a sharp contrast to the ozonic air of the seed pod. But there was something else too, a faint metallic tang on the air, almost like ozone after a lightning strike, but infinitely more pervasive. In the silence. The redwood forest, usually alive with the rustle of leaves, the calls of birds, the distant murmur of the river, was utterly, unnervingly silent. We stepped out of the cavern, blinking in the muted light of the forest. It was early afternoon, the sun dappling through the dense canopy, but the usual vibrancy was absent. The air felt heavy, expectant. The ground beneath our feet, however, felt solid, real, a grounding presence after our cosmic journey. Sarah immediately pulled out her camera, but hesitated, her finger hovering over the shutter button. "It's eerie," she breathed. "No birds, no sounds." "They're reacting to the planetary energy shift," I explained, the architect's knowledge providing instant understanding. "The seed pod's activation caused a global energetic resonance. Wildlife is acutely sensitive to these things. They've gone quiet, seeking shelter, processing the anomaly." I pulled out my satellite phone. The screen flickered to life, showing no service as expected, but the signal strength indicator was fluctuating wildly, searching for something, anything. I tried the Park Service radio, tuning through channels, static, just endless static, punctuated by brief, distorted bursts of what sounded like human voices, frantic and unintelligible. "Still no communications," I confirmed, a knot tightening in my stomach. Or rather, too much communication. The airwaves must be flooded, completely overwhelmed by the seed pod's broadcast or the chaos it's caused. Sarah's eyes scanned the ancient trees, then the path leading back towards the trailhead. "So what now? We just walk out and explain to whoever we find that we just announced alien life to the world?" "Precisely," I said, a grim determination setting in. "We are the emissaries. We have to be the first point of contact, the translators. The architects made that clear." We began walking, following the faint deer trail that led deeper into the redwood grove. Each step felt significant, a deliberate transition from one reality to another. The air grew heavier with the metallic tang, and a faint, almost imperceptible hum now seemed to resonate not just within me, but from the very ground, the very trees. It was the echo of the global transmission, the new normal. After about an hour of walking, we heard it, a faint, persistent thumping sound, growing steadily louder. A helicopter. My ranger instincts kicked in, immediately assessing the direction and probable origin. "Someone's definitely looking for us," I said, pointing upwards. "Or more likely, responding to whatever's happening out there." The helicopter grew louder, its rhythmic thumping vibrating through the ancient forest. Soon a dark shape emerged through the canopy, a military-style Black Hawk, not the usual search and rescue choppers. It circled low, its powerful downdraft rustling the treetops, then hovered above a small clearing about a quarter-mile ahead. Ropes dropped, and figures in dark, tactical gear rappelled down. "Military," I observed. "That's not ideal, they're probably already in full panic mode." "Panic mode or information suppression mode," Sarah added, her reporter's cynicism surfacing. "They're probably looking for the source of whatever just happened, and we are literally that source." "We proceed calmly," I instructed, despite the adrenaline starting to surge. "We don't resist, we tell them the truth as clearly as possible. It's going to be difficult, but we have to try." We continued towards the clearing, the thumping of the helicopter now deafening, the churning air making the tall trees sway. As we approached the edge of the clearing, two armed soldiers, their faces grim and wary, emerged from the tree line, their rifles raised, pointing directly at us. "Halt," one of them yelled, his voice strained over the chopper's roar. "Identify yourselves." "Park Ranger Alex Carter and Sarah Jensen," I shouted back, raising my hands slowly. "We're unarmed, we're the ones you're looking for." The soldiers exchanged a quick glance, clearly surprised to find us walking out of the woods. Their radios, clipped to their vests, crackled with unintelligible bursts. Another group of soldiers, led by an officer with stern features, moved into the clearing, their attention now focused entirely on us. Hands on your head slowly, the officer commanded, his voice sharp and authoritative. Move to the center of the clearing. We complied, walking cautiously into the open. The helicopter began its descent, kicking up a whirlwind of leaves and dust. As we reached the center, a team of soldiers surrounded us, their weapons still aimed, their expressions unreadable beneath their helmets. "Sir," one of the repelling soldiers reported to the officer, "these are the missing individuals, Carter and Jensen." The officer, a woman with closely cropped hair and an intense gaze, approached us. Her name patch read Major Chen. She looked us over, her eyes narrowing as she took in our somewhat disheveled but otherwise unharmed appearance. My internal hum, the connection to the seed pod, was now a constant, almost imperceptible presence, like a second heartbeat. It felt surreal to be standing here after everything. "Ranger Carter, Ms. Jensen," Major Chen said, her voice betraying no emotion. "We've been looking for you for days. What happened, and what in God's name is going on?" "It's a long story, Major," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "But we have some very important information about what's happening." "Information?" she scoffed, a hint of exasperation in her tone. "The entire planet is experiencing an unprecedented global event. There are inexplicable energy readings, global communication failures, and a message seemingly from nowhere that's just been burned into the collective consciousness of humanity. And you two, who vanished into thin air, suddenly walk out of the woods with information." "That broadcast, Major," Sarah interjected, her voice surprisingly firm, "was from us, or rather, through us." Major Chen's eyes snapped to Sarah, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them. "Through you? What are you talking about?" "It's about the seed pod," I said, deciding to use the term the architects had given me. "An alien structure deep underground. We activated it, and we just sent a message to the entire world." A stunned silence fell over the small clearing, broken only by the decreasing whine of the helicopter's rotors as it finally settled to the ground. Major Chen stared at us, her expression hardening into disbelief. A few of the soldiers exchanged nervous glances. "Alien structure," Major Chen repeated slowly, as if testing the words. "A message to the world. Are you telling me you've been exposed to some kind of hallucinogenic gas down there, or perhaps you're just incredibly traumatized?" "No, Major," Sarah said, stepping forward slightly, her reporter's resolve shining through. "We're telling you the truth. It's an ark, a guardian of life and knowledge, and the beings who created it, the architects, just made contact. We are their emissaries." Major Chen rubbed her temples, then signaled to one of her soldiers. "Secure them, bind their hands, get them to the transport, and get a hazmat team down here, sweep the area. I want full biological and chemical analysis of these two and everything they're carrying." "Major, please," I urged, as two soldiers moved to restrain us. "We understand this sounds impossible, but we have critical information. You need to listen to us. Humanity needs to understand what just happened, and we are the only ones who can explain it." "You'll explain it to our interrogation teams," Major Chen snapped, her patience clearly at an end. "Right now, you're two individuals who emerged from a highly unusual anomaly during a global crisis, making frankly insane claims. That makes you a potential threat, or at the very least, a massive liability." Our hands were bound with plastic ties, tight but not painful. We were then escorted to the waiting helicopter, its interior surprisingly spacious, though filled with more armed soldiers. As we were helped inside, I glanced back at the clearing. More soldiers were rappelling down, and a small, heavily armed perimeter was being set up. The redwood forest, silent and still, seemed to watch our departure with ancient wisdom. The helicopter lifted off, gaining altitude quickly. Below us, the vast expanse of the redwood forest stretched out, an unbroken carpet of green, but even from above I could sense the change. The faint hum of the seed pod network was a pervasive, almost physical sensation. Major Chen sat opposite us, her gaze still fixed on us, her expression unyielding. "Tell me about this seed pod," she commanded, "and this global message. What exactly was transmitted?" I took a deep breath, trying to organize the torrent of cosmic information in my mind into something comprehensible, something that wouldn't immediately brand me as insane. The seed pod is an ancient extraterrestrial structure. It's an archive of life, of knowledge, of planetary history. It's one of many, forming a network across the galaxy. They've been observing Earth for millennia, subtly guiding humanity's development. "And the message," Sarah pressed, eager to provide context. "The message," I continued, "was an explanation, a revelation. It confirmed their existence, their benevolent intent, and humanity's place in a larger cosmic community. It was also a warning about our divisions, our self-destructive tendencies, an invitation to unite and evolve, to join the galactic community." Major Chen listened, her face betraying no reaction, but I could sense her mind working, grappling with the outlandish claims. And this message was what? Broadcast on every TV and radio, implanted directly into people's minds. "Both," Sarah stated simply. "It bypassed all terrestrial communication while simultaneously being experienced directly internally by every human on the planet. An undeniable, pervasive truth." Major Chen leaned back, her eyes closed for a moment. My God, she muttered, not to us but to herself. So it wasn't just mass hysteria, it was real. She opened her eyes, fixing them on me. What did it look like? What did it sound like? It was an audio-visual experience, I explained. Images of the universe, of Earth, of life, projected directly into consciousness. My voice carried the architect's words, translated into every language, explaining their purpose, our history, our potential. And mine, Sarah added, provided the emotional resonance, the visual metaphors, to make the vastness comprehensible, beautiful, not just terrifying. Major Chen was silent for a long moment, then her radio crackled. Chen here, she barked. Report. Major, a voice said, urgent and crackling, we've got confirmation from multiple global sources. The initial energy spike caused widespread blackouts and communication failures, but reports are flooding in. People are describing a shared experience, a global vision. They're calling it the revelation. Major Chen's knuckles were white as she gripped the armrest. And the content of this revelation? Sir, it's consistent, the voice replied, a note of utter bewilderment in it. Every report from every corner of the globe describes the same alien beings, the same message about cosmic archives, about humanity's place in the universe, about a choice. And localized energy surges have been confirmed in multiple ancient sites across the planet, Egypt, Peru, China, Australia. They're calling them seed pods. Major Chen cut the connection, her gaze now utterly transformed. The skepticism was gone, replaced by a profound, almost desperate awe. So you weren't insane, she whispered, looking at us. You were right, she paused, then added, but if this message was from you, from the seed pod, why are communications still down in places? Why the chaos? The initial energy surge, as you said, disrupted terrestrial systems, I explained. And the message itself, the sheer shock of it, has created a different kind of chaos, a crisis of understanding. It will take time for humanity to process such a fundamental shift in its reality. And the architects, Sarah asked, her voice hushed. Are they still here? Can you communicate with them? They left, I said, a sense of lingering awe in my voice. Through a portal, their purpose was to initiate contact, to deliver the message. They're allowing us humanity to process it, to make our choice. But the seed pod is still here, fully active. I can interface with it. It is our direct link to them, to the network, should we choose to use it. Major Chen looked out at the passing landscape, her eyes unfocused, clearly grappling with the monumental implications. My God, she breathed again, this changes everything, every political structure, every religion, every scientific theory, it's all appended. She turned back to us, her expression now a mixture of fear and reluctant respect. You two, you're at the center of this. The world is going to demand answers, and you're the only ones who can give them. That's why we're here, Major, Sarah said, her voice steady. We are ready to tell the story. The helicopter continued its journey, taking us further and further from the silence of the redwoods towards a world in turmoil. We landed at a secure military facility, a sprawling complex of concrete buildings and barbed wire fences, already buzzing with frantic activity. Soldiers, scientists, and government officials moved with a palpable sense of urgency. As we disembarked, our hands still bound, we were immediately surrounded by a new cohort of military personnel, including medical teams in hazmat suits. We were quickly separated despite our protests. We need to stay together, Sarah shouted as they pulled her away. We're the only ones who can explain. We will be reunited, I yelled back, my internal connection to the seed pod reassuring me, telling me this was a necessary step, a temporary measure. They needed to understand we posed no biological threat, no conventional danger. I was led into a sterile decontamination chamber, stripped of my clothes, and subjected to a thorough scan and washdown. They took samples, blood, hair, saliva, all while interrogating me with a barrage of questions about my physical state, my time underground, and any unusual sensations. I answered calmly, truthfully, reiterating the details of the seed pod, the architects, and my transformation. They found no pathogens, no radiation, no obvious physical anomalies. But they also found no explanation for the faint, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from my very cells, a hum only I could fully perceive. After the decontamination, I was given a clean military jumpsuit and led to a secure room. It was stark, furnished only with a metal table and 2 chairs. Major Chen was waiting for me along with 2 other individuals, a man in a crisp suit, clearly a high-ranking government official, and a woman in a lab coat, her eyes sharp and analytical. Mr. Carter, the suited man began, his voice calm but authoritative. I'm Director Thorne, National Security Council. This is Dr. Aris, lead xenobiologist. We need you to tell us everything from the beginning. No detail is too small. For hours, I recounted our experience. The vanishing of Sarah, my pursuit, the discovery of the seed pod, my initial connection, Sarah's awakening, the Ark, the libraries, my integration, the architects, and finally, the global broadcast. I spoke with a clarity and precision that surprised even myself, fueled by the seed pod's knowledge flowing through me. I described the architects' appearance, their telepathic communication, their purpose. Director Thorne and Dr. Aris listened intently, occasionally exchanging glances, sometimes scribbling notes. Major Chen sat quietly, observing, her skepticism having completely evaporated. So you're saying, Director Thorne summarized after I finished, that an ancient alien civilization, the architects, has been observing us for millennia, storing life forms and knowledge in these seed pods globally, and that they just revealed themselves to the entire world through you as a warning and an invitation. Yes, Director, I confirmed. That is precisely what happened. Dr. Eris, the xenobiologist, leaned forward. And your physical changes, you claim to be interfaced with this seed pod. What does that mean precisely? Can you communicate with it now, control it? I can, I replied, a wave of energy of connection resonating within me. I can access its functions, its data. I can understand its purpose, its language. I am a localized node in its network. Director Thorne closed his eyes for a moment. This is unprecedented, unimaginable. The world is in chaos, Mr. Carter. Global stock markets have crashed. Governments are struggling to maintain order. Religious leaders are declaring either divine intervention or the end of days. There are riots in some cities, mass gatherings of people praying, others in utter despair. And you expect us to believe that you, a park ranger, Jensen, a journalist, are the chosen emissaries of this cosmic network. Believe it or not, Director, it is the truth, I said, meeting his gaze steadily. The architects chose us for our unique qualities. My determination, Sarah's empathy and drive to document. We are here to bridge the understanding, to translate the message. The seed pod itself will prove our claims and has already begun to do so through the activation of other sites. Just then a hurried knock came at the door. A junior officer entered, looking frantic. Director Thorne, Dr. Eris, we have multiple confirmed energy spikes from archaeological sites. The one in Giza, Egypt, is projecting a holographic image into the sky. It's a colossal, shimmering image of a being, exactly as Mr. Carter described the architects. A collective gasp went around the room. Dr. Eris's eyes widened and Director Thorne's face went pale. Major Chen simply nodded as if expecting it. And the message, Director Thorne asked, his voice strained. Is it coherent? Is it the same as what Mr. Carter described? Sir, it's being transmitted in every known language simultaneously, the officer stammered. It's a reiteration of the initial revelation, a confirmation, and it's asking for communication, for emissaries from humanity to step forward. Director Thorne stared at me, then at Dr. Eris. The implications were staggering. They're confirming his story, he whispered, almost to himself. They're literally demonstrating his claims. They're not just confirming, Director, I said, a sense of profound purpose rising within me. They're waiting. They've given humanity its moment of truth, and now they're waiting for our response. Dr. Eris, her scientific mind now fully engaged, paced the room. We need to study you, Mr. Carter. We need to understand your connection, how it works, and we need to find Ms. Jensen. Her artistic perspective, her ability to make the cosmic comprehensible, that's invaluable. I am a resource, not a specimen, Dr. Eris, I stated firmly, though my internal connection to the seed pod urged cooperation. And Sarah is just as crucial. We need to work together to consolidate the message, to prepare humanity for the next step. They're asking for dialogue. We are the ones who can facilitate it. Director Thorne sat down heavily. All right, Mr. Carter, this is beyond anything. Your story, while impossible, is being corroborated by events unfolding worldwide. We have no choice but to listen, but this is going to be tightly controlled. You and Ms. Jensen will be our primary assets, but under our supervision. We need to understand this to manage the global reaction. The survival of civilization as we know it depends on it. Then let's begin, I said. But know this, Director, the architects offer guidance, not control, and the seed pod network is not a weapon. It is a conduit for understanding, for peace. We'll keep that in mind, Thorne said, though his expression remained guarded. He stood up. Get Ms. Jensen in here and assemble a team of our top linguists, psychologists, and astrophysicists. We need to formulate a response. The world is waiting. Sarah was brought in shortly after, still in her military jumpsuit, but her face was alight with determination. She immediately spotted me, a look of relief washing over her. Alex, she exclaimed, rushing to my side. Are you all right? They tried to separate us. I'm fine, I assured her, and we're together now. Your visuals are being broadcast from Giza, by the way. They're confirming everything. Sarah gasped, a look of profound awe on her face. My God, it's really happening. Director Thorne wasted no time. Ms. Jensen, Mr. Carter, we are entering an unprecedented era. Your testimony and the ongoing global phenomena indicate that what you're saying is true. We need your help. We need you to work with our teams to translate this phenomenon for humanity, to help us understand the architect's intentions and to formulate a response. We're ready, Sarah said, her voice firm, her earlier apprehension replaced by a fierce sense of purpose. We are the emissaries. We will help humanity understand. Over the next few days, our lives became a blur of intense meetings, scientific examinations, and strategic planning. We were sequestered in a secure wing of the military facility, working closely with an elite team of experts from various fields. Dr. Eris, the xenobiologist, conducted extensive tests on me, attempting to understand the nature of my interface with the seed pod. She was fascinated, her scientific curiosity overriding any initial skepticism. She documented the subtle changes in my brainwave patterns, the heightened sensory perception, the faint bioluminescent glow she could detect with specialized equipment around my hand where I had touched the console. I in turn worked tirelessly to translate the architect's vast knowledge into human terms. I explained the intricate workings of the seed pods, their energy generation, their data storage capabilities, their role in maintaining cosmic ecological balance. I delved into the history of the architects, their ancient civilization, their journey to cosmic stewardship. I explained the concept of universal consciousness, the interconnectedness of all life forms across the cosmos. Sarah, meanwhile, became the interpreter of emotion, the crafter of narrative. She worked with psychologists to understand human fear and hope, with linguists to find the perfect metaphors, and with media experts to design visuals that would resonate with global audiences. She helped craft public statements, short videos, and educational materials, all aimed at guiding humanity through the initial shock and towards understanding. Her art, her empathy, proved invaluable in shaping a message that was both truthful and reassuring. The world outside remained in a state of flux. Global media outlets, now largely unfettered by government censorship due to the sheer scale of the event, broadcast non-stop coverage of the revelation. Videos of holographic projections from ancient sites, undeniably alien in origin, flooded the internet. News channels showed crowds gathering peacefully, sometimes in silent awe, sometimes in fervent prayer, near these newly activated seed pods. But there were also reports of unrest, of protests against the alien invasion, of religious fundamentalists declaring the end times. Governments struggled to present a united front, but the architect's message, woven into the collective consciousness, transcended political borders. Director Thorne, initially guarded, slowly began to trust us. He saw the genuine awe in our eyes, the unwavering conviction in our voices, and the consistent, verifiable truth in the information we provided. He recognized that we were not just witnesses, but crucial bridges between two vastly different civilizations. "This hum you feel, Mr. Carter," Dr. Aris mused during one of her examinations, "the constant feedback from the seed pod network. Does it ever cease? Does it ever overwhelm you?" "It's constant now," I replied, feeling the subtle vibration within my bones. "It's like an extra sense, an extension of my own mind. It doesn't overwhelm me, it guides me. It provides context, understanding. It's a reminder of the vastness of the network and our place within it." "And the emotional impact, Ms. Jensen," Dr. Aris asked Sarah. "How do you cope with the sheer scale of what you've witnessed and the responsibility you now bear?" Sarah looked at the holographic projection of Earth that shimmered in the center of the room, a feed from the seed pod network showing the areas of activity. "It's humbling," she said, her voice soft, "terrifying, but also incredibly inspiring. My entire life I've sought meaning, sought to capture beauty, to tell stories, and now I'm part of the greatest story ever told. The fear is still there, but it's overshadowed by purpose. It's too big to be afraid of anymore." Our primary mission now was to prepare for the second contact, a more direct, curated global address from the architects, facilitated through us and broadcast from the Redwood Seed Pod. This was designed to be a dialogue, not just a revelation, an opportunity for humanity to ask questions, to voice its concerns, and to receive a more in-depth explanation. The architects, through my interface with the Seed Pod, relayed that the initial transmission was meant to be a shock. The next phase would be about building understanding, fostering trust, and preparing humanity for its inevitable integration into the wider galactic community. We formulated a global response strategy. It involved a series of controlled live broadcasts featuring myself and Sarah, flanked by Director Thorne and Dr. Aris, addressing humanity. We would explain our journey, the seed pod's purpose, and the architect's intentions. This would be followed by an open Q&A session where selected questions from global citizens would be telepathically relayed to the architects via me and answered in real time. The day of the second contact arrived 3 weeks after the initial revelation. We were transported back to the Redwood Forest, not to the underground seed pod, but to a newly constructed, highly secure temporary communications center established near the original trailhead. It was a marvel of rapidly deployed technology, filled with banks of computers, satellite dishes, and a massive circular screen for the global broadcast. The forest around us, though still largely silent, felt less eerie now. The animals were slowly returning, adapting to the subtle, pervasive hum of the activated seed pod. The military presence was immense, but less hostile, more protective. Humanity, for all its chaos, was also learning, adapting. I stood before the main console, a replica of the one in the seed pod's central hub, created from designs I had telepathically transmitted. Sarah stood beside me, her eyes fixed on the blank screen. Director Thorne and Dr. Aris sat at a table nearby, looking both nervous and resolute. Around us, the broadcast crew buzzed with pre-production activity. "This is it," Sarah whispered, her hand briefly touching my arm. "The world is watching." I nodded, feeling the seed pod's deep thrum beneath the earth, a connection I could now activate almost effortlessly. The architects were ready, waiting for our cue. 5 minutes to broadcast, a technician announced. I took a deep breath, grounding myself, focusing on the immense responsibility. This was not just about facts, it was about hope, about unity, about ushering humanity into a new era. Good luck, Alex, Sarah, Director Thorne said, his voice quiet but sincere. The world is counting on you. We know, Director, I replied, my gaze sweeping across the control panel, then to Sarah, then to the waiting camera. 3 minutes. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the seed pod's connection flood my senses. The architect's presence was profound, benevolent, patient. Their collective wisdom, their hope for humanity, flowed through me. 2 minutes. Sarah squared her shoulders, a serene, determined look on her face. Her role was just as critical to provide the human element, the empathy, the visual bridge. 1 minute. I opened my eyes, meeting the gaze of the camera, feeling the immense weight of billions of eyes upon us. My hand hovered over the activation button on the console. 30 seconds. My mind reached out, connecting to the seed pod beneath us, sensing the energy surging, preparing for the global link. 15 seconds. The world held its breath. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're live. I pressed the activation button. The large circular screen behind us flared to life, not with our faces, but with a stunning holographic projection of Earth seen from orbit. Then slowly the image shifted, zooming in on the redwood forest, then delving beneath the Earth, revealing the shining, impossible architecture of the seed pod. The camera then cut to us, standing before the console, bathed in a soft, ethereal light. Good evening, humanity, I began, my voice calm and clear, amplified and translated into every language by the seed pod. My name is Alex Carter, beside me is Sarah Jensen. We are here tonight as your emissaries, your guides, to continue the conversation that began 3 weeks ago. Sarah stepped forward slightly, her hand resting on the console. We understand the shock, the confusion, the fear, but we also bring you a message of hope, of unity, and of an incredible future for all of us. Then the true architect interface began. My mind became the conduit. My voice, no longer just my own, now carried the collective consciousness of the architects. My voice, imbued with the architect's vast, ancient wisdom, resonated not just through the global broadcast channels, but directly into the minds of billions, a deep, calming current beneath the surface chaos of human thought. The initial shockwave of the revelation had subsided, leaving a planetary hum of questions, fears, and nascent hope. Now the architects offered clarity. Listen, children of Earth, my voice echoed, yet it was not mine alone. It was a chorus of timeless understanding, serene and profound. We are the architects, we are the stewards of life, the guardians of knowledge, observers of the cosmic dance. For eons, we have watched your world, nurturing its potential, preserving its essence within the seed pods beneath your soil. We have seen your triumphs, your struggles, your cycles of creation and destruction. Sarah stepped forward, her hand still resting gently on the console, a grounding presence beside me. On the holographic screen behind us, the image of Earth gently spun, then zoomed in, highlighting areas of conflict, pollution, and then slowly, regions of breathtaking natural beauty, of human innovation, of shared laughter and artistic expression. Her subtle cues amplified the architect's message, translating abstract concepts into universal human experiences. 3 weeks ago, we revealed ourselves to you not as conquerors but as guides, not as masters but as kin. The activation of the Seed Pod Network was an invitation, a necessary upheaval to awaken you to greater reality. You are not alone, you have never been alone. My eyes, now reflecting the architect's profound empathy, scan the invisible billions watching. The chaos you have experienced is the inevitable friction of paradigms colliding. Your old narratives, your old divisions are challenged by a truth too vast to ignore. This truth is not meant to dismantle you, but to unite you, to show you the path to true potential, a potential you have glimpsed in your dreams, in your philosophies, in your most profound scientific insights. The screen behind us shifted again, showing a mesmerizing animation. Swirling nebulae giving birth to stars, then planets, then the delicate genesis of life itself, evolving from single cells to complex organisms, culminating in images of diverse sentient species from across the cosmos, each unique yet bound by the same spark of consciousness. Sarah's artistic vision made the cosmic tapestry feel intimately familiar, a reflection of life's universal drive. Your planet Earth is a jewel of life. Humanity, your species, holds within it an extraordinary capacity for innovation, for compassion, for creation, but it also harbors the seeds of self-destruction. Division, fear, and the relentless pursuit of short-term gain have clouded your collective vision, threatening the delicate balance of your home and your future. The seed pods are not weapons, they are sanctuaries, libraries, beacons. They contain the genetic blueprints of countless species, the accumulated wisdom of galaxies. They represent a galactic principle, the preservation of life, the sharing of knowledge, and the imperative of collective evolution. Now they stand ready to serve as a bridge for your species, a gateway to a larger understanding, a wider community. The holographic display transitioned to show the activated seed pods across the globe, represented as shimmering energy points. From each point, a faint, golden beam of light rose into the atmosphere, creating an ethereal network around the planet. We intervene not to control, but to offer a choice. A choice between continuing on a path of division and eventual self-annihilation or embracing your true destiny, unity, sustainability, and integration into the harmonious tapestry of galactic civilization. The path is yours to forge. We offer our wisdom, our guidance, but the decision, the effort, must come from within you, from within humanity. Sarah then stepped forward more definitively, her voice clear, her human warmth a stark contrast, yet a perfect complement to the architect's solemn message. For 3 weeks, the world has reeled. We've seen fear, panic, but also an incredible outpouring of curiosity, of shared wonder. We, Alex and I, have spent time with the architects. We've seen their wisdom, felt their benevolent intent. They are not here to judge us, but to help us. They believe in our potential. They believe in your potential. She gestured to the screen, which now showed a montage of humanity's triumphs. A child learning to walk, a doctor healing, an artist painting, a scientist discovering, people holding hands across cultural divides, communities rebuilding after disaster. Her eyes, filled with profound emotion, connected with the unseen audience. This is not the end of humanity, but the true beginning. A chance to shed the old divisions, to look beyond the immediate, and to build a future worthy of the stars. My voice, again infused with the architect's collective mind, returned. We understand you have questions, billions of them. We have gathered a small selection of these questions submitted from every corner of your world. We will answer them now through our emissaries Alex and Sarah in the spirit of open dialogue and mutual understanding. The screen behind us split into a grid of smaller windows, each showing a person from a different country, a different walk of life, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension. The first image was of an elderly woman from a rural village in India, her eyes wide with wonder. Our first question comes from Anya Sharma in Rajasthan. Are you gods? Are you the creators of our universe, as many of our ancient texts describe? My voice, channeling the architects, carried a gentle resonance. We are not gods, Anya. We are beings like yourselves who have evolved over vast epochs. We are part of the universe, not separate from it. We are not your creators, but we are ancient, and we understand the forces of creation that shaped your galaxy, your solar system, your very world. Your ancient texts contain echoes of truth, interpreted through the lens of your cultures and your developing consciousness. The concept of gods often arises from encounters with advanced beings, or from the natural human search for meaning in the face of the unknown. We simply represent a path of evolution that has embraced the responsibility of cosmic stewardship. The screen transitioned to a young, intense man, a scientist from Germany. Next, from Dr. Elias Vogel in Berlin, what is the fundamental nature of the universe? Is there a grand unifying theory, a single force governing all things? The universe, Elias, is a symphony of interconnected energies and conscious interactions. The architect's voice flowed through me. It is not governed by a single monolithic force, but by a delicate, ever-changing balance of principles. There is a grand unity, yes, but it lies not in a single equation, but in the pervasive, intelligent consciousness that underpins all existence. Every particle, every wave, every life form is a manifestation of this universal consciousness. Your grand unifying theory is closer to a philosophy of interconnected being than a single scientific formula. Your science has begun to touch upon this in quantum entanglement in the fundamental forces. Continue your pursuit, but expand your definition of what constitutes science to include the unseen, the energetic, the conscious. Sarah subtly shifted the holographic display to show intricate, swirling patterns of quantum physics, interweaving with vibrant representations of neural networks and cosmic webs, visually bridging the scientific with the esoteric. A woman in military uniform appeared on screen, her face serious. From General Lena Petrova of the Eurasian Alliance, what are your intentions for humanity? Do you seek to control us, to exploit our resources, or to integrate us into a hierarchical empire? Our intentions, General Petrova, are precisely what we have stated, guidance and invitation, the architects affirmed through me. We seek no dominion over you. We require no resources from your world. Our civilization has transcended such needs. Our evolution led us to understand that true progress lies in harmony, not in conquest. We offer you a path to integration into a vast, collaborative galactic community, a network of diverse, sovereign species united by shared principles of life, knowledge, and mutual advancement. This integration is not subjugation, it is an elevation, a sharing of wisdom and experience, a collective stride towards higher forms of consciousness and existence. Your planet will remain your home, your species your own. You will simply no longer be alone. Sarah interjected, her voice empathetic. This is about choice, General. The architects have given humanity the ultimate choice about its future. They believe in our capacity for self-determination. They've merely shown us a wider playing field and offered to help us navigate it. The screen then showed a young student from Japan. From Kenji Tanaka, a university student in Tokyo, how will this change our daily lives, our governments, our economies, our religions? Will our history books need to be rewritten? Indeed, Kenji, my voice resonated, gentle but firm. Every aspect of your civilization will be reevaluated through the lens of this new understanding. Your governments will need to evolve from nationalistic divisions to global stewardship. Your economies, currently driven by unsustainable consumption and artificial scarcity, must transition to systems of abundance, shared resources, and ecological balance. Your religions, in their core ethical principles of compassion and unity, will find their true resonance, shedding dogmas that create division and embracing a universal spirituality that honors all life. And your history books, yes, they will be rewritten not to erase the past, but to place it within a far grander cosmic context, understanding your species' journey as a crucial chapter in the unfolding saga of galactic life. Sarah added, her voice full of insight, "This isn't about throwing everything away, Kenji. It's about refining, recentering. It's about remembering what truly matters, our shared humanity, our planet, and our place in a truly incredible universe. It's about building a future where every individual's potential can be realized, not limited by old boundaries." The visuals behind her displayed cities evolving into sustainable, green metropolises, people of different faiths and cultures collaborating on grand projects, children of all backgrounds learning side by side. Director Thorne, watching from the side, looked increasingly overwhelmed but also deeply impressed. Dr. Eris was scribbling furiously, her scientific mind clearly trying to process the answers, which were both philosophical and profoundly practical. Another image appeared, this time a representative from a tribal elder in the Amazon rainforest. From Chief Aiksheta of the Yanomami tribe, "My ancestors have always spoken of sky people, of wisdom from the stars. Does this confirm our ancient stories, our connection to the spiritual world?" "Yes, Chief Aiksheta," the architect's voice affirmed through me, the tone imbued with reverence. "Your ancestors, like many indigenous peoples across Earth, maintained a profound connection to the natural world, to the energetic currents of your planet, and to the subtle echoes of cosmic consciousness. They possessed an intuitive understanding that many of your modern societies have lost." The sky people they spoke of were indeed glimpses, subtle interactions, and ancient memories of our presence, of our observation. Your spiritual traditions often hold deep truths about the interconnectedness of life, the sacredness of your planet, and the presence of wisdom beyond the immediate. These truths are not diminished, but illuminated by this revelation. Sarah's visuals showed ancient glyphs and cave paintings morphing into subtle representations of the architects, then shifting to show vast, interconnected root systems of ancient forests, representing the deep wisdom of Earth's indigenous cultures. The questions continued, one after another, addressing fears of disease, demands for advanced technology, questions about the purpose of life, the nature of consciousness, and the future of death. My mind, now a perfect conduit, translated the architect's wisdom with effortless clarity, each answer profound, often challenging, yet always imbued with a fundamental message of unity, potential, and cosmic truth. To a question about disease and longevity from Dr. Lena Hansen, Sweden. "With your advanced knowledge, can you eradicate all human suffering, all illness, all death?" Suffering and death, Lena, are integral parts of the cycle of life in this current phase of your evolution. My voice carried the architect's perspective. We can offer knowledge to alleviate much physical suffering, to extend healthy lifespans significantly, and to understand disease at its most fundamental level. However, true evolution involves confronting challenges, learning from adversity, and understanding the impermanence of physical form as a transition, not an end. Our goal is not to eliminate the natural cycles, but to elevate your understanding of them, allowing you to experience them with greater peace, purpose, and dignity. True longevity lies in the evolution of consciousness, not merely the extension of the physical vessel. We will share the knowledge to heal, but true wisdom lies in understanding the lessons within the cycle. Sarah's visuals shifted to show the intricate regeneration of cells, blossoming into images of tranquil, ancient beings, their faces serene with wisdom, not fear of age. To a question about advanced technology from a young inventor, Marcus Thorne, USA, "Will you share your technology with us? Can you give us FTL travel, energy from nothing, cures for all our problems?" "Marcus, knowledge, not technology, is the true gift," the architect stated. "We will share the fundamental principles, the universal laws that underpin our advancements. But technology, when bestowed without understanding, can be a greater peril than a blessing. Humanity must evolve its consciousness to wield such power responsibly. We will guide you towards developing sustainable energy solutions, towards understanding the fundamental fabric of spacetime for interstellar travel. But the journey of discovery, the innovation, the responsible application of these principles must be your own. True solutions come from within your collective intellect and ethical growth, not from handed-down devices. The cure for all your problems is not a piece of technology, but a unified species living in harmony with itself and its environment." The broadcast continued for nearly 2 hours. The sheer volume of information, the profound philosophical implications, and the undeniable presence of the architects channeled through me held the world captive. There was no more chaotic static on the global airwaves. The seed pod network had stabilized all frequencies, ensuring perfect reception. The initial confusion and panic in many parts of the world had slowly given way to a stunned silence, then a cautious, collective introspection. Sarah remained a vital anchor, her human reactions and visual interpretations providing necessary context, preventing the architect's vast, sometimes abstract, wisdom from overwhelming the global audience. She brought empathy and relatable imagery to every answer, making the cosmic personal. As the Q&A session drew to a close, my connection to the architects intensified, a final, profound message preparing to emerge. Humanity, my voice boomed, filled with a new urgent resonance. The time for choice is now. The truth has been laid bare, the invitation extended. The path ahead will not be easy. It will require you to shed old prejudices, to dismantle outdated systems, to embrace global unity, and to commit to the stewardship of your planet. This will require courage, compassion, and an unwavering belief in your shared future. The global screen behind us showed a stunning panorama of Earth, now encircled by a shimmering golden halo, the energy of the activated seed pod network, a symbol of its new status as a planetary communication hub and a beacon for the galaxy. We will not interfere further in your internal struggles. The architects have provided the mirror, the truth, and the guidance. The seed pods will remain active, their channels open, ready to transmit further knowledge when you are ready to receive it, ready to facilitate dialogue when you are ready to engage. Alex Carter and Sarah Jensen will remain your primary emissaries, your bridge to our wisdom, your voices in the galactic conversation. I felt the architects' presence begin to recede, their collective consciousness slowly withdrawing from my mind, leaving behind a profound sense of peace and a vast store of knowledge. The energy within me remained, the interface with the seed pod a permanent part of my being, but the direct channeling of the architect's voice diminished. My own voice, still amplified and global, returned, carrying the weight of the moment. This is not an end, but a beginning, a new chapter in humanity's story. We have seen the universe, and it is waiting for us. But we must first heal ourselves, unite our species, and become worthy of the stars. Sarah stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with unshed tears, her voice husky with emotion. The future is in our hands, all of us. Let's make it a future of peace, of discovery, of shared wonder. Let's build a new world together. The live feed from the global broadcast showed cities around the world, projected on large screens in public squares. People were looking up not in fear, but in profound thought. Some were embracing, others were silently weeping, some were simply staring, their faces a canvas of awe and contemplation. The world was processing. Thank you, humanity, I concluded, my hand finding Sarah's, a silent promise between us. The journey has just begun. With that, the seed pod's gentle hum, still pervasive, seemed to settle into a soft, steady thrum. The holographic Earth behind us faded, replaced by the familiar backdrop of the temporary communication center. The broadcast concluded. A profound silence descended upon the small, secure chamber. Director Thorne and Dr. Aris stood up, their faces etched with a mixture of exhaustion and utter bewilderment. "My God," Director Thorne whispered, running a hand through his hair. "That was revolutionary. The world just heard the truth, unfiltered, undeniable." "The answers were comprehensive," Dr. Aris added, her eyes still distant, processing the flood of information. "Philosophical, scientific, spiritual, they addressed every major human concern." She looked at me, a new, almost reverent curiosity in her gaze. "Alex, are you all right? That was an incredible burden to bear." I felt a profound sense of lightness, a clarity I had never known. The connection to the seed pod hummed peacefully within me. "I am more than all right, Dr. Aris. I am awakened. The architects are gone for now, but their wisdom remains, and the seed pod is fully operational, its channels open." Sarah squeezed my hand. "We did it, Alex. We gave them the truth. Now comes the hard part." Director Thorne nodded grimly. "Indeed, the easy part was the revelation. The hard part is managing humanity's response. The chaos won't vanish overnight, but you've given us a foundation, a narrative, a path forward." He paused, looking at us with a new depth of respect. "What happens now? What do they expect us to do?" "They expect us to choose," I replied, meeting his gaze. "To unite, to begin the work of building a global civilization worthy of joining the galactic community. They have provided the blueprint, the construction is up to us." The next few days were a whirlwind of activity. The world was still reeling, but the nature of the chaos had shifted. The initial terror and confusion, while not entirely gone, were slowly being replaced by a sense of profound possibility, of shared destiny. Global leaders, previously paralyzed, now had a framework, a clear imperative. The architect's answers, so patiently delivered, had provided a common ground, a universal truth that transcended political and religious divides. Alex and Sarah became global figures overnight, their faces recognized everywhere. They were moved to a more permanent but still highly secure government facility, a luxurious high-tech complex designed to facilitate their ongoing work. They worked closely with Director Thorne and Dr. Aris, forming a unique task force dedicated to the post-revelation transition. Director Thorne was now acting as a de facto global coordinator, liaising with world leaders, attempting to forge the first truly unified global government. It was an arduous, often frustrating process, but the undeniable truth of the architect's message and the continued subtle hum of the seed pod network provided an irresistible impetus. Dr. Aris, with a team of the world's leading scientists, began a comprehensive study of the seed pod network. Using the interface I provided, they started to map the global locations, analyze energy readings, and even access preliminary data archives, though the deepest layers of knowledge remained accessible primarily through my direct connection. My role was to continue to be the primary interface, the translator of architects' wisdom. I spent hours meditating, deepening my connection to the seed pod, sifting through its vast archives, learning about cosmic ecosystems, advanced energy principles, universal ethics, and the history of galactic civilization. I advised Dr. Aris on how to safely access and interpret the data, guiding her team through concepts that shattered conventional physics and biology. Sarah, meanwhile, became the global voice of hope. She spearheaded a massive public education campaign, working with artists, educators, and communicators from around the world. Her documentaries, previously confined to niche festivals, were now played on every major network, re-edited to incorporate the architect's revelations, providing visual context and emotional resonance to the daunting task of global unity. She articulated the vision of a shared future, of a unified humanity, in terms that captivated and inspired billions. She was no longer just chronicling stories, she was helping humanity write its most important one. One evening, after a particularly grueling day of advising on global resource redistribution models and explaining the intricacies of interstellar diplomacy, Sarah found me in a quiet observation deck overlooking a simulated natural landscape within the facility. "Tired?" she asked, sitting beside me. "Exhilarated," I corrected, a faint smile touching my lips. "The scale of it all, the potential, it's overwhelming, but in the best possible way." "I know the feeling," she said, leaning her head on my shoulder. "I just finished a draft for a new global curriculum. It starts with teaching children about universal consciousness and the delicate balance of Earth's ecosystem before they even get to national history." "A good start," I affirmed. "The architects would approve." We sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the simulated sunset. The world outside was still struggling, still in flux. Old prejudices were dying hard, new systems were clashing with entrenched powers, but there was a definite shift. The conversations were different, the priorities were changing. Humanity was looking up outwards and perhaps for the first time truly inwards. "You know," Sarah mused, "I used to think the greatest stories were about individual triumphs or human conflicts. Now I see it's about something much bigger. It's about collective consciousness, about a species finding its place in the cosmos." "And you're telling that story, Sarah," I said, turning to her. "You always were meant to." "And you, Alex," she replied, "you're living it, you're the bridge." The seed pod's hum was a constant, comforting presence, a silent promise of knowledge, of potential. The architects were patient. They had shown us the door. Now it was up to humanity to walk through it. Director Thorne approached us, a tablet in his hand, a tired but determined look on his face. "Alex, Sarah, I'm glad I found you. We've just received confirmation from every major nation. The Global Unity Accords have been ratified. It's not perfect, but it's a start. We're establishing the first truly unified planetary government, focused on sustainability, resource sharing, and interstellar preparedness." Sarah gasped, her eyes wide. "That quickly? It's only been a few weeks." "The architect's message and your work created an undeniable imperative," Thorne said. "No nation could ignore it or the public's demand for change. The alternative was self-destruction. This is unprecedented speed for global cooperation, but it's just the first step. We have so much more to do. The resource allocation, the energy transition, the societal restructuring, it's monumental." "Indeed," I agreed, a sense of quiet satisfaction spreading through me. "But humanity has taken the first crucial step. It has chosen unity." "And one more thing," Thorne continued, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Dr. Aris's team, with your guidance, Alex, has managed to fully activate the energy projection capabilities of the Giza seed pod. They've replicated the architect's holographic projection of their primary language. We're beginning to understand it piece by piece." "That's excellent," I said, feeling a surge of energy from my connection to the seed pod. Understanding their language is key to deeper dialogue. But Thorne hesitated. "There's something else. We've been monitoring the deep space arrays. The seed pod network has been emitting a steady, modulated signal towards a specific sector of the galaxy, and we've just detected a faint but clear response, a return signal." My heart pounded, a primal thrill coursing through me. Sarah's hand gripped mine tightly. "A response," Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible, "from the architects." Thorne nodded, his gaze fixed on us. "We believe so. It's not just a signal. It's complex, structured, it's an affirmation, and it's getting stronger. Dr. Aris believes they're preparing for something, a return journey, perhaps." I closed my eyes, feeling the seed pod's hum resonate with the distant, incoming signal. It was a call, a recognition. A new phase was beginning. They're preparing for the next step, I said, opening my eyes, a profound understanding dawning. They're preparing to meet us, to welcome us as a unified species into the galactic community. The invitation was just the beginning. The journey is about to truly begin. Sarah looked at me, her eyes reflecting the endless possibilities. So, humanity's first official first contact is imminent. Thorne nodded. Within weeks, perhaps days, we need to be ready. We need to present a united front. Alex, Sarah, you will be at the forefront. You are our voice, our face. Humanity's future depends on this. I felt the immense weight of the moment, the profound responsibility, but also an unparalleled sense of purpose. We had prepared humanity for this. We had helped them take the first step. Now it was time to take the next, to step onto the galactic stage. The world was changing, accelerating its evolution. The time of waiting was over. The time of meeting was at hand. The faint, structured signal grew stronger with each passing hour, a cosmic heartbeat pulsating across the void. Dr. Eris's team, working around the clock, confirmed its origin, the same sector of the galaxy from which the architects had initially emerged. The seed pod network, now fully integrated with Earth's nascent global communication grid, served as a massive antenna, amplifying the incoming message. Director Thorne, no longer just a national security advisor, but now the interim leader of the newly formed Global Unity Council, assembled Alex and Sarah for a critical briefing. The air in the command center crackled with anticipation, a nervous energy that transcended fear and bordered on awe. The architects are returning, Thorne stated, his voice hushed, as if speaking too loudly might break the delicate spell. The signal patterns indicate a rapid approach. We estimate within 48 hours they will be in Earth's orbit. Sarah gasped, her hand instinctively reaching for Alex's. 48 hours, she whispered, her eyes wide. Humanity's first official, undeniable contact. Alex felt the seed pod's hum intensify within him, a resonance with the approaching architects. They're not returning to conquer, Director, he said, his voice steady. They're returning to welcome, to witness humanity's choice. And what a choice it's been, Thorne mused, a flicker of pride in his weary eyes. The Global Unity Accords are holding, resource sharing is underway. The old borders are blurring physically and politically. It's messy, chaotic even, but it's happening. Humanity is unifying. Dr. Eris chimed in, pointing to holographic projections swirling in the center of the room. We've been working on a universal translation protocol using the seed pod's language archives, Alex's interface, and our own linguistic models. We believe we can facilitate real-time, two-way communication when they arrive. Not just telepathy, but a shared understanding, a universal language. Excellent, Alex said. That will be crucial. Direct dialogue is the next step. The next 2 days were a blur of intense preparation. The newly formed Global Unity Council worked feverishly to finalize protocols for the arrival. A global broadcast was planned, not just for Earth, but for the incoming architects, a visual and sonic representation of humanity's unity and readiness. Sarah designed the core of this message, a montage of humanity's finest achievements, its deepest empathy, its most profound aspirations. It showed children of every race playing together, scientists collaborating across continents, artists creating works that transcended cultural barriers, peaceful protests demanding justice and equality, and images of Earth's restored natural beauty. It was a narrative of struggle and triumph, of division overcome by the greater truth of shared existence. Alex, through his connection, wove in subtle seed pod energies, ensuring the message would resonate with universal consciousness, not just human understanding. As the 48-hour countdown dwindled, the entire planet held its breath. Telescopes and deep space arrays, now coordinated globally, tracked the architect's approach. It wasn't a single ship, but a fleet of shimmering, organic vessels, vast and elegant, unlike anything conceived by human minds. They moved with a silent grace, an ethereal ballet through the void. The chosen location for the first official meeting was a newly designated international zone, situated in a formerly contested area, a powerful symbol of humanity's newfound unity. A vast circular landing platform had been hastily constructed, surrounded by fields that were already being rewilded. Surrounding the zone, millions gathered in peaceful anticipation, watching the skies on colossal public screens. Finally, the moment arrived. The global broadcast went live, carried by the seed pod network to every corner of Earth and transmitted outwards into space. Alex and Sarah stood on the landing platform, flanked by Director Thorne, Dr. Eris, and a small delegation representing the unified humanity. They were all dressed in simple, elegant jumpsuits, a symbol of equality and shared purpose. High above them, the architect's fleet began its deceleration, the lead vessel descending with breathtaking slowness. It was enormous, a living sculpture of iridescent light and unknown material, radiating a gentle energy. As it settled silently onto the landing platform, the ground trembled with a profound, almost musical vibration, a vibration that Alex felt deep in his bones, resonating with the seed pod's hum. A ramp of pure light extended from the vessel, touching the platform, and then they emerged. The architects were as Alex had first described them, but infinitely more magnificent in person. Tall, slender beings of shimmering light, their forms fluid and ever-changing, yet radiating an undeniable intelligence and benevolence. They moved with an otherworldly grace, their ethereal presence filling the air with a sense of ancient wisdom and profound peace. Their faceted eyes, swirling with cosmic dust and starlight, seemed to gaze not just at Alex and Sarah, but into the very heart of humanity. The lead architect, slightly larger and radiating a softer, more concentrated light, stepped forward. Alex felt its consciousness reaching out not as a command, but as an embrace. It was the same collective consciousness he had channeled, now present tangible. Through Alex, the universal translation protocol activated. Words formed in his mind, then projected outwards, translated into every human language, and simultaneously into the architect's own shimmering, multi-dimensional communication. Children of Earth, the architect's voice resonated, a symphony of light and thought that echoed in every human mind, a sound both alien and profoundly familiar. We return as promised. We have observed your progress. We have witnessed your choice. Sarah stepped forward, her heart pounding but her voice steady, filled with the collective hopes of her species. Welcome, architects. We are humanity, and we have chosen unity. We have chosen peace. We have chosen to join the galactic community. The lead architect inclined its luminous form, a gesture of profound respect. Indeed you have. The divisions that once threatened to consume you are fading. The seeds of unity, long dormant, have blossomed into a vibrant garden. Your planet begins to heal. Your collective consciousness awakens. Alex felt a surge of emotion, a culmination of his journey, a fulfillment of purpose. It was your revelation that guided us, he said, his voice imbued with gratitude. Your wisdom gave us the strength to face our own truths. We merely held up a mirror, the architect replied. The will to change, the courage to evolve that came from within humanity itself. You have begun the arduous but glorious journey towards galactic stewardship. Your potential is immense. Your empathy, your capacity for innovation, your unique perspective as a species that has overcome profound division. These are invaluable contributions to the cosmic tapestry. Director Thorne, his initial awe slowly giving way to a professional resolve, spoke, his voice projected clearly by the translation array. We are ready to learn, ready to share. What is the next step? How do we fully integrate into the galactic community? The next step, Director Thorne, the architect's voice carried, is to continue the work you have begun, to solidify your unity, to fully heal your planet, to embrace sustainable living and shared knowledge as your core principles. The Seed Pod Network will remain your primary conduit for knowledge, for ongoing dialogue, for your journey of discovery. Your emissaries, Alex Carter and Sarah Jensen, will continue to serve as your bridge, your voices in the wider galactic conversation. The architect's gaze, or what felt like a gaze, settled on Alex and Sarah. You two have exemplified the bridge between species, the synthesis of knowledge and empathy. Your bond, your journey, mirrors the path humanity must now walk. Sarah, her eyes glistening, looked at the architect, then at the millions of faces projected on the global screens, and finally at Alex. We are ready, she affirmed, her voice a beacon of hope. We are ready to tell the next chapter of humanity's story, the story of unity, the story of our place among the stars. Alex nodded, feeling the seed pod's deep thrum resonate with the architect's presence, a harmonious chorus of ancient wisdom and nascent potential. The energy within him, the interface, felt complete, a part of who he was. He was no longer just Alex Carter, park ranger, but Alex Carter, bridge to the cosmos. Then let the journey truly begin, the lead architect declared, its form shimmering brighter, a beacon of welcome. The galactic community awaits your arrival, humanity. We are here to guide, to share, and to learn from your unique wisdom. The universe is vast, filled with wonders beyond your current imagining, and now it is open to you. With that, the architects radiated a wave of profound, joyous energy, a silent cheer that resonated through the Seed Pod network and touched the heart of every living being on Earth. The shimmering fleet above began to pulse with a gentle light, and one by one, other ships from the architect's fleet began to descend, not to the landing platform, but to various newly designated international zones across the globe, ready to begin the work of integration, of sharing, of teaching, and of learning. The global broadcast continued, showing scenes of jubilation, of quiet contemplation, of newfound hope. The fear was gone, replaced by an overwhelming sense of belonging. Humanity had made its choice. Alex and Sarah stood together on the platform, hand in hand, looking up at the departing and arriving ships, then out at the horizon where the sun was beginning to set, casting long, golden shadows across the rewilded landscape. The air, no longer just human air, vibrated with a new energy, a new promise. The story was not over, it had just truly, gloriously begun. Humanity, united and ready, was finally stepping out into the vast, open arms of the universe. The future was unwritten, but for the first time in its tumultuous history, humanity would write it together as one species among a boundless tapestry of stars.
Sector 1, secure. Sector 1 secure. Get off the ropes! Move out! Sector 1 secure. Sector 1 secure. Sector 1 secure.